really winter, isn't it? Christmas is coming. Yesterday I was in the middle of a discussion about the events immediately preceding the shooting of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez. Now, I am not going to go through all of these facts for the simple reason that when it came to describing these events, Erik was cross-examined repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly. And so there was a great deal of testimony and going over these events when he testified, and I don't think I need to remind you of that by repeating it all now. But what I am going to focus on are what were the significant events that kept the level of fear that had started on Tuesday and reached its height prior to Friday, Thursday night. And what was it that the parents did or didn't do that maintained and escalated that level of fear in this child of theirs that they had created with fear? Now, we were talking yesterday about that point when Erik is in the den or the family room, and his mother, who clearly knew in advance that there was going to be a confrontation, first with Lyle and then with Erik, admits to him that she knows and has known all along what's going on. Now, the prosecution tries to use the fact that this family has a maid to impeach the credibility of Erik and Lyle on some of the issues in the case. And here, for example, Mr. Kuriyama has already argued, and I suspect will argue again, that the maid didn't testify that she heard any yelling from this den. Yeah, but Erik didn't testify that there was any yelling at that point. He exchanged a few words with his mother. The only time he raised his voice is when he said to her, "I hate you." He was so shocked by her betrayal, and he ran out the door. But Mr. Slotkin testified that that particular room in the house, that family room, was soundproofed on purpose when the house was built. And when the Menendezes moved in, they put in bookcases that you can see from the photograph that I showed you yesterday that has all the boys' trophies along the top. And so, and this is by now like the middle of the night. This is after midnight because Mr. Menendez has come home very, very late that night. So I don't see any value whatsoever in the notion that the maid didn't hear Erik say, "I hate you." And then he ran out. And Lyle testified he could hear his mother screaming at Erik as they were right below the stairs at the guest house. And that's when he heard sounds from outside that attracted his attention to the stairs. Now, I had mentioned to you yesterday that if you analyze what went on in this family over that last summer, from this perspective of what are the parents doing here, it appears that they had declared war. The laboratory experiment had not succeeded in the way they hoped, and their behavior during this last week appears to be a declaration of war against their children. And this is what Mrs. Menendez says to Erik in that family room is as bold a declaration of war as you can imagine. I mean, to tell him, guess what, I know and I didn't care. It cannot get worse in a parent-child relationship than for a mother to tell that to her son. And the fact that she would do such a cruel thing is not out of context or out of character for her. Because Tuesday, that argument with Lyle, we don't know exactly what it was about, except that it was about his hairpiece. I mean, and is that an appropriate thing to do with your son, to tear off his hairpiece? Let's say she's angry with him over something, or she doesn't want him to have a hairpiece. I mean, it is a sadistic thing to do. There are many ways to punish a child for whatever the sin is that she's punishing Lyle for. And you've heard about all the things that they were doing for him. They're buying him a condominium. He's going back to Princeton. I mean, there hasn't been any testimony in this case, but you can imagine what it costs to put a kid in an Ivy League school. He has this humongous credit card that he can use. I don't mean the phone credit card, I mean the one he bought the Rolex watches with. So if you're trying to punish him, there are lots of things you could cut him off of, but to rip this thing off, to attack his sense of self-worth, to attack his soul again. And that is how these people attack their children, in their heart and in their soul and in their sense of self-worth. We're not talking about normal parenting here. We're not talking about taking away privileges. We're talking about destroying the person, attacking their ego and their sense of themselves. Now, Erik has testified that when his mother admits what she knew, and he has this overwhelming sense of betrayal, he said, "I thought I didn't know her. I didn't know who she was, and it was very scary." And I talked yesterday about how you would get the sense that your parent is not at all the person you thought they were. Whatever you thought of her, she is like an alien now. But there were other things happening in this family that made this mother a very unsettling figure to her children. And I'm not even talking about that whole long history of her emotional and mental problems. I'm simply talking about behaviors that had no explanation, because this is a family where nobody ever shares anything with anybody. Erik testified that after his parents were dead, he discovered a tape recording device. And in fact, we put it in evidence, that the hookup device, so that his parents were spying on all of his and Lyle's phone calls. They had this hookup for his phone. Now, that's a normal response of a parent of a teenager, is to spy on all of their phone calls. And he also testified that all of his diaries kept disappearing. That's a nice, appropriate parental tactic, steal your child's diaries. This shows respect for them as human beings. But beyond that, Erik said he had this sense that his mother had some kind of superhuman or magical power, because she knows everything. Well, she's reading his diaries, she's listening in on the phone, but he doesn't know that at the time. She knows when he doesn't want to tell her exactly who he's playing tennis with, or what girls he's met, or who he's going out with. She knows it anyway, and he can't figure out how. Now, you may say, oh, it's not reasonable for him not to have figured out how. But this is a child who was raised by a man, for example, who thinks that because he has his genes, he should be able to speak Spanish. There is a lot of very fantastical thinking that goes on in this family over the entire life of this child. So it is not out of context that his mother seems to have this uncanny ability to know what he's doing. And that makes her scary as well, besides all the specific things. And he said that he believed that his mother would kill them because she hated them, and she and Dad were a team. And he said she must have hated me for her to have known all those years. And I want to address briefly this notion, which is a completely accurate one, I think, that Erik had, a totally reasonable one, that his mother and father were a team. Excuse me. They had a joint style and a joint philosophy of child rearing. And that style and philosophy was that their children were not human beings to treasure and to love and to support and to appreciate for who they are, but they were objects to use for their own purposes. Their purposes of sexual pleasure, of sadistic pleasure, they loved to frighten them, together, to vent their frustration and anger on. And that was mainly Mrs. Menendez's use for these kids, to manipulate them and direct them and control them. For what purpose? Because they wanted the best for them, or for their own self-aggrandizement, for the trophies. And this is regardless of how the children feel, regardless of what the children want. And they are joint in this. And this is the pattern of his entire life. So during this last week, there is no reason for him to believe that they are now of two minds when they have always been of one. But more important, it is clear in the way that this family was organized that Mrs. Menendez was within the circle of the father's approval, from what the children could see, because she is totally loyal to him. My mother would never go against Dad, and there isn't a soul in the world who could come in here and testify that she would ever go against him on behalf of the children in any way. And he, as the kind of power-oriented person he was, certainly would not tolerate any force standing between him and his sense of ownership of these children. And I think, too, when you hear the stories about how she makes up ways for the children to get in trouble so that she won't, it's clear that her position was that Jose was going to vent, if he was going to vent his sadism, better on them than on her. And this is the pattern of their whole life. And it gets worse for the children's sake after they're in California. Because even though she's unhappy and she's miserable and he's done her wrong, this doesn't, there's those first few months, the months in which the sex stopped. There's those first few months, but after that, they are closer than ever. And everyone comments on how different their relationship is. Now, I have suggested to you that she has a threat that she's holding over him. But beyond that, how it appears to Erik is that his parents are one moon unit. There is no differentiation between them now at all. Because and her loyalty to Jose in view of the fact that he'd done her wrong, has got to convince Erik that she believes in everything he's doing. Because you would say, wait a minute, Dad was bad to her, therefore she should be mad at him, therefore she shouldn't be going along with everything. But the fact that she goes along with it even more would tell the child, well, she agrees with these things. She may have her personal differences with him, but when it comes to us, they are totally of one mind. And so all the threats that Jose ever made to Erik about killing him are equally ascribable to Kitty in this time of crisis, when she clearly takes no part other than Jose's part, which the children understand is her position as well. Okay, so this is the confrontation that Erik has with his mother Thursday, and then he goes up and he has this long talk with his brother, and the decision is made that they should do something to protect themselves, because they cannot conceive that these people would ever allow them to be free of them with this secret, would ever allow them to tell anybody. Now, you've heard a great deal about all the gun stores and buying the guns and the ID and all the rest of that. What's significant, though, in this course of the fear is the Friday night conversation when they come back. And this is where they have the conversation where their mother tells them that the time of the boat trip has changed. And so if you think about the fear over the course of that week, it has moments when it's very high, like Thursday night, and then Friday morning when the sun is shining, it comes down a little bit, but then it skyrockets right back up again. And never do the parents do anything that settles or resolves the issue or takes away the threat that this crisis poses for the children. The fear never ever goes down to ground zero again. And Dr. Burgess talked about what happens over a course of days with someone like Erik, who has been raised on fear, who is extremely sensitive and hypervigilant to fear, and how he stays up at that elevated level all the time. Now, the thing about the boat trip is very interesting. The very fact that they went on it. The prosecution, I think, would argue that they're separated from their parents because they're up in the front of the boat, getting soaking wet, conspiring. But that's ridiculous. I mean, if they're really planning to kill their parents, then why are they going on the boat trip at all? They could use their time better in creating real alibis rather than this patched-up job that they came up with after the shootings. So why are they there? They testify they go because they don't want to do anything that will precipitate action on the part of their parents. And I think the other reality is they go because they do what they're told. There's a family boat trip, they're supposed to go on it, they go. They do what they're told, just like they always have. Now, after the boat trip, when nothing happens, in a sense, the fear level drops a tiny bit at that point, and there are a series of conversations between Erik and Lyle, but what's most significant is they go back home after talking at UCLA about what they should do the next day to stay away from the parents and to protect themselves. And then they have this argument with their mother when they're trying to get back in the house. And during the course of this argument, she flat out accuses Erik that, in her typical fashion, I mean, this is not out of character for her, that if he had kept his mouth shut, obvious reference to talking about the molestation, things would have worked out in the family. And what that tells Erik is, Mom is definitely hostile to us, wants to kill us. Things have not worked out well. These kids know if things are not going to work out, it's for them that it's not going to work out, not for the parents, that the parents are going to protect themselves from the threat that the children pose with their secret. And so he tells you that made it clear to him that both parents were resolved, that they had made up their mind, and that they were going to kill them. Now, we talk about these things, and none of us were there, and none of us lived the life that he lived. And you say to yourself, oh, that doesn't make sense. Oh, that's not reasonable. And all I can remind you of is two things. Number one, I'll get back to the law in a minute, that they don't have to be reasonable in order for the law of manslaughter to apply. That's part one. But the other part is, when you look at the whole pattern of behavior of these parents over the lives of these children, how unreasonable is it really to think that people who were this brutal and cruel to their children are incapable of killing them to protect themselves? I mean, you really have to say, is it unreasonable? Well, okay, it doesn't have to be reasonable for the law to apply. But is it totally fantastic, given the history of this family? Now we get to, Erik is gone all day long on Sunday, and Lyle is supposed to assess the situation. And we put on a lot of expert testimony about how frightened people, and people who have been conditioned by fear, scan their environment. We did that from the very beginning with Dr. Briere, in the hopes that you would then have some kind of framework for the rest of the evidence as it came in. And Dr. Briere is not personally involved with Erik. He's never talked to him. He was just here to explain general patterns, consistent patterns that happen in situations where people in power are abusing and battering people who are not in power within a family context. And he told you that this classic pattern of hypervigilance and heightened fear is a symptom of abused kids, just like it is a symptom of battered wives. And so what these folks do is they scan their environment for cues and for clues. And you might remember, even on the tape of 1211, Lyle makes a reference to a word here and a word there. And these things have great meaning to a person who is watching to see if a threat is going to be actualized. Even though this word here and this word there wouldn't mean anything to us. And what's so strange about this family, what's so tragic about all this, this is, there are no winners and losers in this, ever. There are only all losers. But what's so tragic about this is here are two articulate, intelligent, well-educated people, Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, with talents and abilities. He is a genius when it comes to business. He is clever. He's got a great way with words. She is a well-educated person. She was a school teacher. She is articulate. She is bright. And they cannot and will not talk. They will not talk to their children. They will not negotiate with them in any way, shape, or form. They will never give an inch. It is always going to be ultimate confrontation. And this entire situation could have been avoided with a word or two. How about, I'm sorry? How about, I'll stop? How about, we'll work on it? Anything. But no. They are so totally locked into themselves and what they want out of life and what they want out of the family. And they are so locked into the notion that their children are not people, that they are only a part of them and they don't have to be dealt with that way, that this thing ratchets into this monumental tragedy. And Sunday night starts this exchange where the brothers decide they want to leave and they want to stay away. And they go in order not to alarm the parents and tell them we're going out now, and they're told they can't go out. And their mother is acting very peculiarly because she won't give them a reason. Because there is no good reason why they can't go out. There's no school. It's summertime. They don't have to be anywhere. There's no reason why they can't stay out late. And they haven't done anything over the course of the day to be punished about, so it makes no sense when they're told they can't go out and they have to be there. And then starts the argument where it is clear to Erik and Lyle that Jose is sending Erik to his room for a very ugly purpose, and that these parents are now at the verge of making good on their lifelong threats. Now, it might not seem that way to us, but it seemed that way to them. And what happens at this point, you can analyze this, you can try to analyze it logically, you can try to analyze it scientifically, but human emotions are not really measurable that way. And Mr. Kuriyama and Mrs. Bazanich, too, when she was cross-examining, have been very derisive about the research that Dr. Burgess talked about, where there was research done on a type of snail in order to see if you could actually see, under a microscope, in a testing situation, a change in a brain brought about by trauma. That's what that research was about. And we do not do research like that on people. We do not cut open their brains. We don't traumatize them first and then cut open their brains to see if we can see physiological changes. We do that kind of research in a scientific setting on lower organisms than human beings. And as you know, there's a lot of people who think we don't do them on organisms low enough. There's animal rights people who are very upset about experimenting on animals in laboratories. But all she's talking about is the fact that current neurobiological research is confirming with physical evidence that traumatized organisms have a rewiring in their brain. And whether that's a biological reality or the psychological reality that those who have studied traumatized people have known about for years, the fact of the matter is there is a point if you have been traumatized most of your life when you go over the edge, period. And that is what happened that Sunday night to Erik Menendez. He had been living with this fear. It kept getting higher. The cues and the clues that he saw based on his whole relationship with his parents told him, they're going to kill me now. And he was terrified. And he went over the edge. Now, we can talk about it in the terms that Dr. Burgess did about the fight and flight response, which is automatic, which does not involve the cerebral cortex, which is the part of the brain that does rational and logical and deliberative kind of thinking. Because and she described it in a sense as automatic pilot, which is not a scientific term, but it conveys the same meaning. But the point is, if you think about it, if you're driving down the street and a truck cuts you off, okay? You hit the brake, you hit the steering wheel long before you don't have to think about hit the brake. You don't think I intend to hit the steering wheel. You just do it. And it is only after the truck has passed and look, you didn't get hit and you're not dead, that you start to process what just happened. What just happened? The truck came from here and I did that. Gee, I don't even remember hitting the brake. And your heart starts to calm down a little bit. And that is the classic fear reaction, and that is the classic automatic movement. Well, it doesn't only take place over the space of a few seconds, as in a near accident. It takes place as well during any highly fearful, traumatic episode, which is what's going on in this house that Sunday night. And here's the other aspect of tragedy here, that this fear at this point is not rationally developed, is not thought about, it simply takes over, and it is uncontrollable. There is nothing when you are in that mode as a person that you can do or say to your body to say, stop reacting with fear. Don't react with fear. It's going to do it. You have no control over it. And the tragic part is, just to go back to my analogy of the scientific experiment, the laboratory way of raising these children. Control was the key to how Jose and Kitty Menendez raised their children. They probably thought they could do anything they wanted to them, and so long as they were perceived as the powerful ones, they could control the outcome. But the kids themselves couldn't control the fear. It got out of control, and this was something I don't think either Mr. or Mrs. Menendez ever anticipated, that if you terrorize a person so much, they're not going to be able to cope with it forever. And all their coping strategies and all their coping mechanisms that Erik developed over all these years simply left him when survival was on the line. And he couldn't control it, and the parents couldn't control it. And by maintaining this wall of silence and rejection that whole weekend, they lost control over Erik forever. They couldn't, if they had just reeled him in with any comforting or supporting talk of any kind, that fear would have disappeared. But they were going to play it power to the end. And in the end, they lost control over a situation that they created. It's as if in this laboratory, they had taken hydrogen and chloride and poured them in a dish and created hydrochloric acid and got burned. The acid didn't ask to be created. He did not ask to be born to these people. He did not ask them to treat him that way. He did not ask them to hypersensitize him to fear. They did that on their own, and the experiment got out of control by their doing. Now, am I blaming the victims? No. I am understanding what happened, and that's what I'm asking you to do. The interesting thing, too, that Erik testified to about when he rushes to get his gun and they've loaded the gun out by the car, is what was the only thing that was going on in his mind was hurry up, hurry up. He's got to get to that room before they get to him first. And he says that based on his entire experience of confrontation with these parents, he knows that if he's actually confronted with them, and he believes, remember, at that point, that they have to be arming themselves in some way, that he would have been frozen. He would never, and he never was, able to have a direct confrontation with them. We have 2 words, shut up, over the entire course of his life. And he felt, rightly so, that he would never have been able to defend himself at that moment, that once they were in operation right in front of his eyes, he would have been frozen, like the bunny on the highway with the headlights on. And then he talked about what actually went on inside the den during the shooting. And he was cross-examined repeatedly, over and over. Well, what did you do and what did you see? And he says, and it isn't hard to understand, he doesn't remember doing anything but firing the gun right ahead, because he didn't do anything but that. He walked into a darkened room. He starts firing a gun that produces a great deal of smoke. All he remembers is running, and he remembers where he wound up, and he remembers firing right in front of him. And he doesn't remember any thinking at that time, because as we know, this is not a time when you do any thinking of any kind. And that's it. What else should he remember? What was on television? What was on the coffee table? No, that he blew 2 rounds through the back window? No. You wouldn't expect to remember that if you're doing this in that state. Suppose if you're a cold enough and calculating enough killer, you will watch to see where each of the 27 pellets from the buckshot round goes. Of course, you couldn't possibly see that anyway. You can't really see that happening, even if you are looking to see it, and I think it's clear he wasn't. Now, what he did testify to about what he remembers seeing when he first got in the room was that his father was standing up in front of that portion of the couch that was beyond the coffee table, and that his mother was standing between the couch and the coffee table. And I'm putting up a crime scene photograph of Mr. Menendez's legs. Now, I will deal a little bit later with Mr. Signorelli's testimony and the facts that the prosecution are relying on. He's here for one tiny little purpose, and I will get to that. But Mr. Kuriyama reminded you that part of his testimony was that Erik supposedly told him on the 1st of September that when he entered the room, his father was seated on the couch. And I believe the prosecution wants to argue, indeed, that that was true, that Mr. Menendez was shot on the couch, and that he is in the position in these photographs that he was in throughout the course of the shooting. And I will tell you flat out that isn't true. Not only could they not prove that, but they proved the opposite of that. There is some physical evidence in this case that is not ambiguous. And the evidence from the coroner and the evidence of your own eyes here is not ambiguous. And here's the point. This is the left thigh injury. And this is an arrow that the coroner, I believe, drew on this photograph, which shows the direction of this shot. This is the entrance wound. This is the exit wound. It goes from inside the top of his left thigh to outside the top of his left thigh. And there's the direction of the shot. And he could not have been sitting when he received it, because you can't tell from this photograph. You can tell somewhat from this photograph, but it's a through and through wound. The pellets pass through completely. There is no blood splatter here. There is no blood splatter on this side of the couch at all. And if something goes through there, there would be. There has to be. The blood splatter and or the pellets, if they come out, on this side in this area, and there is absolutely nothing there. So the coroner testified, no, he could not have been in that position at the time that that wound was inflicted. But that wound is consistent with his standing up. And if you look at the other crime scene photographs, and you will have them all, what is most consistent, the explanation for what position he was in, is if you look at the couch behind him, there's a tremendous amount of blood there, and Detective Zoller testified they did not attempt to dig pellets out of the couch. So there is this very bloody area in the couch that potentially holds pellets. But if Mr. Menendez, see, this is the couch. If Mr. Menendez was standing in such a way as this and was shot in this direction, then the back of the couch, the seat of the couch where all the blood is, would have the spray from that wound and the pellets from that wound. And that is the only place, and you just look at the photographs, I mean, without the bodies on them, they're not as gruesome. Just look at the photograph on the couch and you will see that it is impossible for him to be seated in order to receive that wound, to be seated in any way to receive that wound. Beyond that, he also has wounds to the back of his arm, okay, and I believe it's the right arm. And the coroner testified he could not possibly have received those wounds to the back of his arm if he was in the position that he's in, because you would have had to shoot right through the couch. And he would have seen evidence of that. First of all, you'd have to go completely around the couch and shoot behind the couch to get those wounds in his arm. And there was no evidence from the pellets. They didn't pick up any fibers or anything like that in those wounds. So clearly he was in a completely different position when he received both the leg wound and when he received the wound to his arm. And what's consistent with those wounds is that he was standing up and he was moving. And you may recall Lyle testified that he saw his father moving towards him, which is consistent with what I have shown you, where the evidence of that wound would be on the seat of the couch or on the back of the couch. Now, much has been made by the prosecution about this route that was taken after the shootings, what Erik testified. Well, no. Much has been made about what Lyle testified to. And one of the things that was done here, and I talked about this earlier, is the prosecution simply selects those bits and pieces from the defense case that they like and ignore the rest. And they didn't just select, they did an entire elaborate driving route based on what they say was Lyle's testimony only, and they didn't even do a driving route based on what Erik testified to. And I just think that's intellectually dishonest. And then Mr. Kuriyama gets up here and talks about, well, Lyle said they stayed 5 to 10 minutes and blah, blah, blah. Well, the fact is Erik didn't testify that way. Erik's memory was different. And the memory of someone after a trauma like this as to time is probably the least reliable thing for anyone to base a decision on. But the fact of the matter is this is Erik's trial, and Erik testified that in his recollection they remained in the house only 3 to 4 minutes after the shooting occurred. And they didn't take long at all to pick up the shells in the family room, and he pointed out why, because they were all in one general area and they didn't have to go hunting around to find them. And the times that Miss Erdely put on the charts, and you will have the charts, not the big ones, but the small versions of the charts in the jury room, are not what I told her to do arbitrarily or what she figured out to do arbitrarily. It's what Erik testified to. And every segment of that trip, the time for activities, is what he testified to. And she drove it, and it was doable. Not only was it doable to do the drive in 50 minutes, it was absolutely doable to do all the activities he testified to in the time he said it took, and she did it 4 times, and for both routes. The reason we did 2 routes is in order to give a fully balanced picture, because Lyle testified that he thought they may have dumped the guns first. And so we did a route with dumping the guns first. And it turns out there isn't much differential in time whether you dump the guns first or you go to the movie theater first, because Lyle's route didn't involve the freeway and Erik's route did involve the freeway, and when you factor those differences in, it comes out to be the same thing, 51 minutes. And so we sent someone out there who did a meticulous and carefully documented route. You have the videos. I can't imagine you're going to want to take 2 hours, because there's 2 different routes to play the video, but you've got all the time in the world. There's no limit on how long you can deliberate, except your own tolerance and patience. And so if you want to play the videos, I invite you to compare the video that Ms. Erdely made and carefully documented with the thing that Detective Zoller and his wife did. But the fact of the matter is, there has been no impeachment whatsoever of the activities after based on time or based on the route. Now, I want to talk about Saturday morning and Mr. Walker. Erik testified that Saturday morning he and his brother went off in search of, for him, an opportunity to try out the gun, which he never got, and for his brother, an inquiry about ammunition to make sure they had the right sort. And they bought more ammunition, and they bought it at the store in Van Nuys that Detective Zoller confirmed exists and is exactly as Erik described it, a small little store with a target range across the street, an indoor target range where they don't let you shoot off shotguns. And the people put on the volunteer Mr. Walker. And I would like to suggest an analysis of Mr. Walker's testimony on a number of grounds. Okay. Now, I don't doubt that on some day, under some circumstance, Mr. Walker fixed the spa controls or the pool controls or both of them, if that's what he was hired to do. And he may even have done that work on August 19th, though there are no records of any kind, nor were they ever to prove that. Nor did the prosecution put on any witness who said that at that time, right around the time, Mr. Walker said, gee, I was just there 2 days ago, okay? They did put on Mr. Bartek, and Mr. Bartek impeached Mr. Walker. And what I mean by that is Mr. Bartek said, yes, I told Mr. Walker to do this, and yes, Mr. Walker said he did this, and yes, I paid him, and maybe this is the check, and maybe this isn't the check that I paid him with. And yes, he told me his story about what he saw. And what was it that Mr. Walker told Mr. Bartek? He said that Mr. Walker told him he oversaw an argument. Mr. Walker told 5 different versions, I want you to know. So I think the version that Mr. Bartek testified to was that Mr. Walker told him that he had seen the younger son having an argument with the father. Now that's the story that Mr. Walker at some point told Mr. Bartek, okay? But what he told you here his testimony here was that Kitty and Jose and Erik Menendez were all around this table and chairs, which wasn't here, but here, between the tennis court fence and the pool. That's where he told us they were. And they were there, and there was no fence here at all. It was totally an open space, he said. And Lyle was on the tennis court with his coach, and Lyle was using foul language because he missed a shot, and he was in a fight with his mother. He was using the foul language at his mother. That's what he testified to here. On the radio, he said, Erik is on the tennis court having a fit because of a missed shot, using foul language, but he doesn't say that it's directed at anybody, mom or dad. And he says the parents, on the radio, he says the parents aren't saying anything. Okay? And then, of course, we know Bartek says the fight was between Erik and dad. And here he says the fight is between Lyle and mom. Now, this is not if this is true, this is not a very hard story to repeat. But what's interesting about it is many things. First of all, he says the coach is there. We know there's only one coach at this point in their lives, and that's Mark Heffernan. And we know Mark Heffernan isn't there specifically because Mark Heffernan says he knew they were going on the boat trip on Saturday, and he knew that definitely Saturday he wasn't giving them a tennis lesson, and he was expecting a call on Sunday. Maybe there'd be a lesson that day, okay? So the coach is definitely not there. So he's made that up, okay? Now, he's also made up something that's contrary to the history of the family and contrary to what everybody knows. And that is that Kitty Menendez is not the one, when one of the boys is playing tennis, to make these comments on their play. And he is claiming, Mr. Walker, that what is going on is whichever brother it is, and whatever it is he's doing, because I don't know anything about tennis, I can't tell you. Well, did you tell the police that they missed a shot? Well, I don't know about missing a shot. I don't know anything about tennis, I can't tell you. And on the radio, he says, missed a shot. And in Detective Zoller's report is written, missed a shot. But here, well, I don't know enough about tennis to tell you if they missed a shot or not. Okay. All right, but my point is, Kitty is not the person to be commenting on how one of the boys plays. That's Jose's job, and that's what he's been doing all of their lives. And yet Mr. Walker tells us Jose is silent. Kitty's the one making the comments. And now it's either Erik or Lyle, or the interchangeable people. It's one of them is now saying something foul back to Kitty. And I submit to you that none of that ever happened, okay? And here's the clue to that it never happened. Mr. Walker, he didn't want to get involved. He didn't want to be here. He's not seeking publicity. He doesn't want his voice and his visage known. Oh no, he's only here. This is before we knew about the radio program, folks. He is only here because his wife, without his permission, went to the police department and told them that he knew something about this family. Now, when is it that Mr. Walker goes to the police? July 25th. And when did this trial begin? I'm sure you all know only too well. And what did we talk about in opening statement? Our entire theory of the case. And who testified on July 21st? Bob Anderson, the boat captain, talking about how this family appears to him. And on July 25th, Mr. Walker goes and gives his little story to the police. What Mr. Walker also tells us, though, which is also a clue that he is not credible, is that since he saw this remarkable event, a teenage boy, or maybe a slightly older boy, since we don't know who, saying something rude to a parent, since he saw so remarkable an event, he called the Beverly Hills Police Department as soon as he heard they were dead. That's what he says. And he told Miss Erdely that when he called, he left his phone number. And here we have the desk person at the Beverly Hills Police Department. This is the biggest criminal investigation, as you can imagine, in the Beverly Hills Police Department's recent history. I mean, the only thing that even got anything like the coverage of this was Zsa Zsa slapping the cop. But this is a double homicide at home in the fair and perfect city of Beverly Hills. And here is a person calling in immediately saying, I have information on the Menendez case, and they don't want to talk to him. Because he says, the person who answered the phone says, no, well, that's not important. We don't need to talk to you. And he tells Miss Erdely he leaves his phone number, and they never call him back. And Detective Zoller says there's no such message. So that's a clue that he's not telling you the truth. And the other clue that he's not telling you the truth is, when do you suppose this photograph was taken? Sunday. This is one of the crime scene photographs. And this one too. When do you suppose these photographs? These are taken by the Beverly Hills Police Department. The next day, the table and chairs have miraculously migrated back in front of the guest house and are not where Mr. Walker claims they were. And as I said to you in the beginning, one of the really bad aspects to having a totally televised trial is the homework people can do to come in and make up stories. Now, there's another way to look at why Mr. Walker did this. You know, he's a person who lives an ordinary sort of life, and this was a big deal, the killing of the Menendez parents. And he serviced their pool. And you could see him saying, I service that pool. I know all about that. I know those people. In fact, I even saw them. And he may have been foolish enough to tell his wife, hey, you know, I serviced that spot. Well, what'd you see? Were they home? Did you see them? Oh, yeah, they were there. Well, what did you see? Who knows when he first made up the story, either to impress his wife, who clearly wanted the exposure of this trial since she went to the police department, or whether he told less, like I was there, and the details only fleshed out after we started this trial. We will never know. But the story is so out of context for what we know about this family, and it is so uncorroborated by the physical evidence that I just find it untrue. And beyond that, the most important, because you know the prosecution's whole theory is Erik Menendez has lied about every single thing he said on the witness stand. Everything. Right? Across the board. In fact, the molestation is so ridiculous we won't even ask him questions about it. And he had lots of opportunities, he was there for 10 days, to lie. And he testified that he knew about Mr. Walker. He said, I know there's someone who's going to come in here and say he was at our house that morning. He knows, we know, we get reports. They're not allowed to hide stuff. And so when Mr. Walker volunteers, we find out about it shortly thereafter, months before Erik Menendez ever took the witness stand. And how hard would it be to say, we went and we bought ammunition, and then we went back home and we played tennis, and then we left on a boat trip. But remember, Mr. Walker says he's there at 2 o'clock, and he's there for 45 minutes. And they're supposed to leave on the boat trip, according to Mr. Anderson even, at 3 o'clock. And yet no one is making any effort to prepare for this trip. Everyone's just sitting around letting the kids cuss at them. That's what's going on. And Erik knows this testimony's coming, and he could easily reconfigure his story if that's what he was going to do, and he didn't. And he also knows, obviously, that Mark Heffernan is going to say that he believes, although he has no schedule to prove it, that he gave him a tennis lesson on Friday rather than Thursday. But Erik remembers what Erik remembers, and that's what he testified to. And along that same line, I will talk about the reloading that occurs after Erik and Lyle shoot whatever ammunition they had in their gun. They both go outside, and Lyle reloads one round. Now, if Erik wanted to make himself look good, there's a lot of things he could have done with that evidence, not the least of which is forget it. But he could have lied. They both could have lied about that. There was no way in the world that the prosecution could have proved that they reloaded that one shell. There is no way in the world, because none of the neighbors heard a pause long enough to include that. And they testified they heard what sounded like a string of firecrackers and then a pause of a second or two. Now, I submit to you, it did not take long to run back to the front and to load that shell in the panic state they were in, but it took more than a second. It probably took more than 5 seconds. And not a single person. And again, remember, we don't try cases in a vacuum. We know what people are going to say in advance. And he does too, because we tell him. He sees the reports. So we know what the neighbors heard and what the neighbors didn't hear. And no one heard a pause that would account for the reload. And yet they testified to it. And there is no physical evidence that shows a reload was necessary. No matter how many times Mr. Kuriyama may talk about the number of wounds, the number of wounds do not equal the number of shots. And they can only prove 8 shots. And I think there were more than 8 shots, but I don't think there were 13 shots, which is what they'd have to prove. There is no evidence to support that. And so there was lots of room to run if Erik wanted to lie, because they could never prove through physical evidence there was a reloading. But it happened. And he told the truth about what happened that night. They ran out, and that shell was reloaded. And that's that. And Lyle even testified that he had extra shells in his pocket. But he was in such a panic state, he didn't even remember that. And he could have lied and said, to make it look less disturbing, that he reloaded from his pocket. And he didn't say that. So, as I believe Lyle testified, when they knew that they would be telling the truth about their lives, they were going to tell the good along with the bad. And that's what happened. And it's for you to judge whether the fact of that reload in the panic condition they were in has any significance whatsoever. But the fact is they told you the truth about it, and they didn't have to do that. No one would have known. As the prosecution was so quick to point out, which is so obvious, it's meaningless, but no, Kitty and Jose Menendez can't get in here and talk about how they molested and abused their kids. They would have never admitted it anyway, but no, they are not alive to refute. The problem is they couldn't have refuted if they were alive. The fact that these things happen is why they're not alive. Now I will talk briefly about Craig Signorelli. The purpose of Craig Signorelli's testimony has to do with the lying in wait special circumstance, and I have not gone in detail about the special circumstances, nor will I, because they're very, very long instructions, and I honestly cannot conceive of us being there. Maybe you can, but I can't, and if we are, I think you can follow the instructions without my having to take you through it. But there's a couple of important components about the lying in wait special circumstance. Mr. Kuriyama talked about some of it, but he left out this part, that there has to be proof of a substantial period of watching and waiting, not just a look or a peek, but a substantial period of watching and waiting, and then taking action in a continuous from that period of watching and waiting in a place of concealment. And that's what the law requires. And their entire purpose in putting Craig Signorelli on the witness stand was for him to testify that he remembers, never having written it down, mind you, he remembers that Erik said that he peeked in the door and saw his father sitting on the couch. Now, we know father wasn't sitting on the couch from what I've just shown you. But beyond that, how do you analyze that testimony? First of all, as you know, Craig Signorelli first tells this story on November 17th. 1989, to Detective Zoller up in Santa Barbara at the Baker Square restaurant. And when he tells him the story, he tells him that when Erik tells him this story about him and Lyle shooting their parents, he tells it in such a way that it's not real. He says he conditions it. It could happen. He tells it like a mind game. He is spinning a story. That's what he tells Detective Zoller on November 17th. And nevertheless, and he tells us now, I did that because I didn't want to bring down my friend. But 12 days later, he's wired for sound by the police, and he was very loath to tell us how they wired him up because, after all, that's police procedures. Am I permitted, he turns to the judge, am I permitted to talk about that, Judge? That's police, little junior G-man on the witness stand. Well, okay, yes, you can tell us how you were wired up by the police, Mr. Signorelli. I know you're very important, but you can tell us anyway. And so here he is. He didn't want to bring down a friend, but he wants to get him on tape for the police, because I suppose it'll make a better chapter in the screenplay that he told Mrs. Cohen he was writing, or in the book that he told Doug Doss he was promoting, which he hoped to make $1 million off of. So I suppose he thinks this will be very useful to his future as a senator. He, by the way, is the one who's majored in theater arts in college, and he tells us he did that so he can star in his own political commercials. So I guess this is a dress rehearsal for his political commercials. Young Mr. Signorelli. Mr. Signorelli, I suspect, is a rather troubled youth, and this is a case about troubled youth, so in spite of the fact I'm being kind of sarcastic about him, I think he's a very troubled youth, and let's leave it at that. But the fact of the matter is that he comes in here and he testifies, and well, let me go back to November 17th. On November 17th, when he tells Detective Zoller that Erik tells him this story, he doesn't say anything about the computer people. Not a word, okay? He doesn't claim to have been there on the day the computer people were there. That piece of his story does not emerge until March 7th, 1990. Now, what has happened between November 17th, 1989 and March 7th, 1990? Well, maybe he hasn't gotten a good enough offer on his book or on his screenplay. But the other thing that's happened is he's wired himself up, and he's gone out to this dinner with Erik, and he has tried his best during the course of that dinner to get Erik to talk about killing his parents, or to get Erik to talk about anything that would sound negative. And he is the one who suggests that they should talk about a company like the BBC. Those are Craig Signorelli's words. And if you want to hear that testimony reread, you don't have the transcript, but it was a very poor quality tape, but you can hear his testimony. It is he, and between him and Detective Zoller, this thing was patched together for you by way of testimony, who suggests when Erik is talking about dreams for the future and a company that would do apparently everything except fry fish, that Craig says, you mean like the BBC, okay? This is Craig talking, and you can see why a kid like Craig would talk about things like that. I mean, he is a very grandiose young man. All right. And during the entire course of that conversation, he keeps trying to lead Erik into talking about killing his parents. And when he won't let go of the subject, and Erik testified about this at great length, line by line. And if you really want to know what went on in that conversation, I suggest that you listen to that portion of Erik's testimony again. And finally, Mr. Signorelli starts to talk about writing a screenplay about the killing of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez. And Erik says, don't fuck with that. And he says it over and over again when Craig keeps trying to bring up, but wait, we could talk, but don't fuck with that, he says. And then Craig makes some reference to the fact that Erik has talked to him about this before, and Erik says, I should never have joked with you that way. You know we didn't kill our parents. And why does Erik deny it now to Craig when he also testifies that he indeed suggests to Craig in this sort of not quite real way that he and Lyle were responsible? Because he sort of knows that Craig is talking to the police, and he's suspicious of him, okay? And he sees that Craig is trying to lure him into making these statements. So that's where that conversation goes nowhere. And in fact, it goes so nowhere that at the end of it, Craig says to the police who are listening into his lapel, Gee, guys, I guess that didn't help you much. This is the young man who didn't want to bring down his friend, he tells us, okay? So let's go back then to what value there is in the statement he says he got from Erik Menendez. We know it doesn't comport with the physical evidence, but beyond that, let's assume hypothetically Erik spun this yarn for him, which is what it sounds like. Did he get it right? Did he get the details right, Mr. Signorelli, when he's being told the story? He never asked any follow-up questions. He says that himself. He didn't ask why. He lied to the police on November 17th when he told them he wrote it all down in his school notebooks, what Erik had told him. So, eventually, being conscientious policemen, they get a search warrant for his house to find the notebook in which he wrote it all down. And lo and behold, he didn't write it all down. They got the notebooks, and there's nothing in the notebooks about Erik's confession to him. And he sits here on the witness stand, Mr. Signorelli, and he tells you, oh, I didn't mean I wrote it all down. Well, he doesn't quite say that. He basically says he didn't tell Detective Zoller that he wrote it all down. I intended to write it down. I told him I intended to write it down. And I said, do you think they're going to issue a search warrant because you intended to write it down, or because you told them you did write it down? Well, I told them I intended, I was writing down. Well, blah, blah, blah. He lied to the police. He didn't write it down. And so how accurate is his recollection? And how trustworthy is his word? Now, he says, and we've gotten to an awful lot of litigation over a very small point, which is what happens in trials. He says that he was there when the computer people came. Erik says he was not, but I told him about it. And that, I suspect, is why he has such a strange story about them. Now, it doesn't take much to tell someone, yeah, a computer guy came and he had a pregnant wife. And he kept looking for this thing in the computer, and it took a couple hours, and he couldn't find it, and that's when I found out. This is Erik talking to him, I suppose. That's when I found out my brother had somebody there before who erased the computer. The whole business about erasing the computer has no significance with respect to Erik anyway, because he didn't do it. Okay, it's Lyle who did that, and Lyle explained why he did that, and even that has no significance because there never was anything in that computer that could have made the slightest difference. Something in a computer is not a will. Carlos Baralt knew that, discussed that with Lyle. The relatives who first found that file knew there was no information in the will. They tried to get it. Joan tried to get it. Pat tried to get it. They're all sitting there playing with the computer. So none of it has any significance. I don't know how many weeks of testimony went into this issue. That absolutely has no significance. But to get back to this, the Haymans, that very attractive young couple, came in, and he was the computer expert, and she was the once pregnant wife. And I'll tell you just a tiny story. When we went to interview the Haymans, all this happened, right, 4 years ago. We go to their house, there were 3 little kids.
Counsel, let's stick to the record here.
It tells you about the passage of time. In any event, here are the Haymans, and they tell us that they saw someone on television in one of these programs about the case, and most of you saw something on television about this case as well before you became jurors, and they decided, or that person on television was the person that they had seen on the house, and that person on television was Craig Signorelli. But the problem with that is the way they described the person who was in the house. Now, Casey Whalen wasn't on any of the television programs. I don't think he wants to be a senator. He isn't majoring in theater arts, and he doesn't have as desperate a need to be the center of attention, so he didn't get involved with the television programs. But he fit the description that the Haymans gave of someone who was heavier built than Erik, of someone who had sandy hair. Now, Craig Signorelli, there's been testimony, was smaller than Erik at that time, thinner, and always had pitch black hair. And when they talked about someone who was medium build, shorter than Erik, and light hair, that matches Casey Whalen and not Craig Signorelli. And the Whalen family remember that they were having discussions. Remember this dinner on Friday night, and his sister was absolutely clear it was Friday night because that was the last day she worked, and it was after work, and this was the Labor Day weekend, and she didn't go back to that job, okay? So they remember Casey and Erik talking about having been at the house and discovering that the computer had been erased. Now, There was all this confusion about whether Erik came back August 31st or whether Erik came back September 1st, and he testified on cross-examination he's not sure when he did. And Pat Heffernan testified he was in a daze, and he left half his clothes behind in the hotel room, okay? And I don't know. Did he fly on the 31st? He went to the airport. The ticket was used. Did he fly on the 31st? Most probably he did. So, if that's true, how could, Casey Whalen have been there on September 1st? Because they went back the next day to get Erik's car. And I suggest to you, and you know Casey Whalen had no particular reason these past 4 years until he realized he was going to be a witness this past summer. He had no reason to try to remember specifically what date. And what his mother and what his sister remember is that he did indeed pick Erik up at the airport, and that they did indeed have a dinner where the erasing of the computer was discussed. And Katie, the sister, can date that dinner. But that does not mean that the picking up at the airport and the thing with the computer had to have happened on the same day. And remember, Craig Signorelli gives no details why he can't describe the Haymans. He can't describe any conversation that went on between Erik and the computer person. He doesn't remember the phone call to Carlos Menendez that Mr. Heyman talks about, which was an animated and loud phone call, because it appeared Carlos Menendez was somehow blaming Erik, and Erik is explaining, I had nothing to do with it. You know, it's not there, whatever we were looking for. Craig doesn't remember it, and Casey doesn't remember it. Craig doesn't remember doing anything around the house when the computer people were there, and Casey doesn't remember it. It's not something anybody should remember the details about, okay? And their memory on that score is exactly the same. All right, so that doesn't prove who has the superior memory. And the only other thing, of course, is Craig then proceeds to tell you that Erik is telling him this story. I mean, maybe I would have been better off not challenging Craig Signorelli at all, because what does he say? Erik is trying to find a will that partly disinherits him. He claims that Erik told him, yes, I'm looking on this computer for a will that leaves money to the company and less money to me and Lyle and money to some third place. And Erik says he never told him that. That's one of Craig's creative writing exercises. He's a big-time creative writer. Writes books, writes screenplays. In any event, that was the whole, and that is the whole, and that is the total significance of Mr. Signorelli, is this notion that he somehow informs the lying-in-wait special circumstance, but of course he really doesn't, because he cannot and does not fill in the necessary element of a substantial period of watching and waiting. He also said, by the way, that he was at that house hours before the computer people arrive, and we know from Mr. Heyman's testimony, with Erik, we know from Mr. Heyman's testimony that there was this crossed signal. He gets to the house, nobody's heard of him, Erik's not there, he goes away, he comes back, and he calls again and he's told Erik has just arrived, and he gets there immediately. So that's inconsistent with at least the sequence of events. And then the other thing here, which I will point out, is this. He testifies, Mr. Signorelli, that he sleeps over that night, Friday night, September 1st, okay? And he testified that he slept over in one of the guest bedrooms upstairs, and you heard from Ed Fenno, there are a number of different colored guest bedrooms. His bedroom in the house was the gray bedroom. And if you look at the photographs, there are two other guest bedrooms. One of them has the animal fecal material on the floor that the Beverly Hills Police took a picture of. And the last one, I think, is a room that's mainly, and that's a green and white room, and then there's an orangey type of room, okay? That's what his testimony was. Well, as you know, we went out in March and interviewed the security guard who was on duty overnight on September 1st. That was Antoinette Browers Loden. At that time, her name was still Browers. We interviewed her, Miss Erdely, who takes contemporaneous notes of her interviews and then keeps the notes and writes up a report. Went there with the work schedule, which is here. And she sat down with her and showed her the dates that she worked, and they're highlighted on this schedule in shocking yellow, and went through with Miss Browers the fact that she worked only one overnight shift at all during her whole time at the Menendez house, and that was the night of September 1st. And then she worked 2 or 3 morning shifts when she'd get on duty at 8 o'clock. And Miss Browers was very specific with Miss Erdely, that one overnight shift, she remembered that when she got there, the guard on duty said there was nobody in the house, and that she saw nobody in the house. And the next morning she saw nobody, meaning no family, only another security guard in the house. And she was real clear and real firm on that with Miss Erdely in March of 1993. And she also said that on one of her later early morning shifts, and her next early morning shift was September 7th, the following Friday, when Eric testified Craig was at his house. The following Friday, she remembers seeing a friend of Eric's there wearing jeans and a t-shirt. And that is what she said, and that is what Miss Erdely wrote down and wrote up in her report. And in comes Miss Browers, Lieutenant Browers, and gets on the witness stand and testifies that she hasn't seen her work schedule, and testifies that the night of September 1st, Eric had a friend stay over, and she saw them the next morning in robes and pajamas, and that's the new testimony here. As I told you, it's fairly revolting how many people will come into court and lie. But her prior statement, which was carefully recorded by Miss Erdely, her prior statement comes in as an inconsistent statement, and it comes in for the truth of the matter asserted. And you will be so informed that if you decide what she said to Miss Erdely is the truth, you can accept it for the truth and not just to show that she's given different stories at different times. And she claimed here to be very fuzzy in her recollections, and if you want to hear all of her testimony again, that too can be reread. Now, I want to just address, I've already addressed in my previous remarks the evidence that the people put on in their rebuttal case. And you can recall the marvelous start that case had with Mr. Valentine and then Miss Browers-Loden. And at some point, Mr. Walker, and then Uncle Brian, and Jamie Pisarcik. And I've already addressed Jamie Pisarcik, and I want to get back for a moment to Uncle Brian. I thought Uncle Brian was a fascinating witness because he couldn't and didn't contradict or controvert what we had already heard about his sister. But he tried to contradict what we knew about how his sister dealt with losing. I'm putting this up again because I want to actually take you through the testimony of Pat Anderson. Mr. Kuriyama relies on Pat Anderson to prove that Eric said shut up, and yet put on Mr. Anderson, who told a very different version of these events. I'm not sure I have my small version, so I'll read along here. Swing the mic. Okay, now what's happening here is she's describing at the top of this how very, very upset Jose is getting while Eric is playing in this penultimate round at Kalamazoo. She says, and he was moving closer to the net, this is Jose, or the fencing. And with that, he was getting louder by giving his commands to Eric, and the officials were called. Now, Brian Anderson says Jose is doing nothing worse than just sitting in his seat giving these illegal hand signals. He denies that Jose is saying anything verbal. He denies that he's walking down closer to where Eric is playing. What the officials do, the officials came over and told Jose that he should sit down, and he was not to be near the courts, that it was not permitted, and that he was not to give any kind of directions, that he was not to coach, and that he was the father, and the father knew what the rules were. The rules were to sit down and be very quiet. And did he sit down and become very quiet? Well, the official left, and Jose sat down for a minute, got up and left, and did not listen to what he said, and proceeded to go back to the court area, which was right next to the court area there. Did Eric win or lose? He lost. What happened after he lost? There was one other incident that I should tell you about, too, there that happened other. And Mr. Kuriyama objects. And the court tells me to ask a question. Not me, Ms. Lansing. And Miss Lansing says, was there another incident that was of significance to you? Yes, there was. Tell us what it is. What had happened was that after the official left, and that Jose was then giving more directions, Erik was in such an emotional state that he turned around and told his father to shut up. And he said it very loudly, and it stopped everybody around the whole courts. Now, you may remember Brian Anderson tells the story very differently. He says that, not that Erik says anything in the middle of play because Jose is haranguing him with these directions. He says that it's after it's over and Erik has lost and Jose has gone over to talk to him, Mr. Reasonable Man, going to talk to his son to communicate with his son, and it's at that time that Erik says to Jose, after play is over, shut up. But this is how Pat Anderson remembers it. And it's a very dramatic event, which is, I suppose, why she remembers it. Okay. And he said, stopped everybody around the whole areas. There were games going on. There were like 15, 20 games going on. And what had happened was it was so loud that it shocked everybody. And Jose, with that, then threw up his hands and just said, I'm washing my hands of everything. I don't want anything more to do with him. I can't stand this. He doesn't listen to me. And he said, that's just it. Now maybe this is the opening round in the declaration of war. Kitty, in the meantime, keep in mind Karen Farrell, where winning and losing don't matter. Kitty, in the meantime, sitting next to me, was just a nervous wreck. I mean, she had the tenseness of gripping her hands and grinding her teeth to the point where she was actually white from nervousness. And Miss Lansing points out, you just made 2 fists, and the answer, 2 solid fists, and then, I cannot do the exact, but she would just grind her teeth like that, and that's how she was. But she was also very, very, very white. Because by that time, she had been holding her breath and everything because of this incident that had just gone on. Erik had then lost. And then, in the meantime, Jose had just left us for just a few moments and came right back, only to discover that, of course, Erik was losing. And he was then very, very upset. How did he demonstrate that he was very, very upset? He went into the court, and he actually was pulling Erik out of the court and just even left his bag and everything on the court and was so upset with him. And then I was sitting right there, and as the door was right there in front of me, I was going to go up to Erik and say that, he tried his best. He really did try his best. But with that, Kitty pulled me back again, the same type of thing I experienced many times with Lyle when we had gone to the different meets, that I was not to go up and talk to Erik at all because his father was there. You remember Brian Anderson's testimony? Oh, Kitty ran over to her son and consoled him that he had lost. Did you feel sorry for Erik? Yes, I did, extremely. He was like a little bird that lost his wings. I mean, he was very upset. And he was scared. And the fright in his face was you just didn't miss it. Now, what's he scared of, folks? It was there. Jose pulled him off the court and pulled him right across all the other courts and took him up the stairs. We were on the lower level of the tennis areas, and he pulled him up. By that time, Kitty went out to collect everything off of the tennis court, and we then followed. Now, in either of these circumstances, because Mrs. Anderson had described a previous year when Lyle was playing and a very similar thing had happened. In either of these circumstances, did Kitty try to step in and intervene between Jose? No. And I think either one, and the transcript says either one of Erik, but I'm sure that's a reporter error. Should have been Lyle or Erik. And the answer, never. So she went on the court and she collected everything, and we then followed her, and we went to the vehicle that we were in. And what happened then? And then we went back to the hotel. Were you all staying at the same hotel? Yes, we were. Usually what happens is that we always went to support the boys in the meets in Kalamazoo because we lived in Chicago at that time. And what would happen is Kitty would get us, and what she means by that is they didn't live in Chicago. You heard Mr. Anderson testify. They lived in Downers Grove since 1970-something, but she's divorced and she lives in Arizona now. So I think that's what she means. And what would happen is Kitty would get us a room not too far from their room on the same floor. So you all went back to the hotel room. Yes, we did. Was this in the morning or late? And that's all I've put on of her testimony. And you recall that what she then goes on to talk about, which I talked to you about earlier in the argument, is what happened around dinner and Erik not coming to dinner. So this is what's going on that summer, and not any misbehavior on the part of the defendants, on the part of Erik and Lyle that they're reacting to. This is parental warfare and not business as usual. Parental warfare that's escalating. Why? Because he lost a tennis match. And in that family, that's enough to bring out extreme behavior. I'm going to take this down because it's one thing on here. And this is Dr. Cox, and I'm going to get to this in a minute. Now, I'm sure that Mr. Kuriyama will get up and say that I have engaged in character assassination of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and I'm trying to distract you from the issues of the case. So let me read you some instructions. Because the fact of the matter is the aspect of the character of Jose and Kitty Menendez that I have been talking about is properly before you in this case, and in fact is the basis of certain instructions that you're going to get. It is not only relevant, it's critical in order to evaluate this case. And here are the instructions that you're going to get about this. Evidence has been received which may tend to show that the decedents engaged in acts of violence and abuse on occasions prior to August 20th, 1989. Such evidence may be considered in deciding whether the defendant had an honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury or the commission of a forcible and atrocious crime. You are also going to be instructed that one who has received threats against his life or person made by another is justified in acting more quickly and taking harsher measures for his own protection in the event of an assault, either actual assault or threatened assault, than would be a person who had not received such threats. If in this case you believe that one or both of the deceased made prior threats against the defendant, and that the defendant, because of such threats, feared greater peril in the event of an altercation with one or both of them, you are to consider such facts in determining whether the defendant acted in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. So the issue isn't character assassination. The issue is what were they like and what did they do? Now, see, if I stick to this, I take less time than ramble. Ooh, all those pages gone. Okay. Now, there are some things that Mr. Kuriyama mentioned in his opening that I haven't addressed in my remarks to you. Most of them, I think, were covered just in discussing the evidence, but I'm going to go back and see if there are any things that as yet are not covered. He was trying to talk about the good qualities of Kitty Menendez and the good qualities of Jose Menendez, and I've addressed that briefly, but let me just say this. If Jose and Kitty Menendez had married and had not had children, then I think there would be a completely different way of looking at them. They both had many personal qualities that we consider positive, and I've mentioned what some of them are. And I can imagine that if Jose Menendez, without children, in his particular style of dealing with people, which was so power and domination oriented, could have lived a perfectly successful life, taking out this need to dominate at the office and on his wife, and none would have known and nothing tragic would have happened. And if Mary Louise Menendez had fulfilled her early desires to have a career and to have an identity based on her own accomplishments and not just be the wife of a successful rich man, she may have had a happier life and there would have been no tragedy. because these are not, in an absolute sense, the worst people in the world. They are just people who never, ever should have had children, but they did. And that's where the tragic part happens, because whatever their pre-existing problems, whatever their backgrounds that led one of them to be such a power junkie and the other one to be so angry at life, whatever that was, all of that dark side came out towards their children by the fact that they had children. And that's really the tragedy here, that they're not totally worthless individuals at all. It's just that they set in motion, by being so terribly wrong to be parents, the series of events that eventually killed them. I guess I will just give a passing remark to the BBC. I guess when you run out of any other theory that the money they did it for the money, or they did it for hatred, or they did it for control, I guess now it's the movie made me do it. And that's such a strange idea, particularly since I don't know, and Mr. Kuriyama, we don't know. Neither the prosecution nor the defense has any idea if any of you saw that movie, the BBC movie. Okay, now you're supposed to decide this case based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. And so I have no idea if any of you are walking around with the facts of that in your head or what that does. But I can talk about the evidence, and there is no evidence presented in this case that shows that first of all, that Lyle and Erik were together at the time the movie played. There is evidence by his own testimony that Erik was in Florida on the 30th and 31st, but there is no evidence that Lyle was. So the fact that the movie showed in Tampa doesn't tell you very much. Beyond that, there is no evidence that there is any facts in that television movie or even in the real life story and cases of the Billionaires Boys Club that bears any resemblance to anything that happened here. Okay? So it's just a totally specious notion, and it is an Ozilism. And the reason we know that, finally, is through Judalon Smith's testimony. And just this little piece of Judalon Smith's testimony, I think you can completely rely on because she's got the phone records to back it up. She says that Dr. Oziel she tells us that Dr. Oziel was completely familiar with the Billionaires Boys Club movie because he was watching it on the night of the 31st, and she's on the telephone with him, and he's talking to her about it, and there's her telephone record, which shows she is on the phone to his number, okay, or he has called her. It's from his record, and it shows the length of the call, and it is during the time that the movie is showing. The movie shows from 9 to 11, and this is 10:36 or 10:26, something like that. And the phone record is in evidence. So, the notion is Erik Menendez didn't tell Dr. Oziel anything about a BBC movie. When Dr. Oziel's trying to put this together, he remembers full well, because he watched it, that a few weeks before the parents were killed, that movie played. And in his desire to set up his little blackmail scheme, he plugs that in, period. It is also, I submit to you, a ludicrous idea that Erik Menendez would see this movie and suddenly the light bulb, gee, Dad's bad, I should kill him, which is the theory of that. For one thing, I don't think it works that way. I mean, he's living in America, in a television world. I don't think the idea that a child can kill a parent has to come from a movie, has to come from that movie in which you don't have any evidence that the child in that movie actually killed the parent in that movie. The only thing you know, he was somehow involved in the killing of a parent. And I can't talk to you about the facts of that movie because they're not before you. And if you have them in your head, I don't know what you're supposed to do in the jury room with them, because I guess you can't talk about them either. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to handle that, because it's such a specious piece of evidence to begin with. But just to put it to rest, why would Erik Menendez have to see a movie about the BBC to inspire him to kill his father? This is supposed to be the operational event because the people have no crisis. Without the revelation of the molestation secret, the people have no reason why this family is in crisis so that this could happen, okay? Eric Menendez went to school with a young man named Brian Eslamina. It is Brian Eslamina's father who was killed, theoretically, by members of the Billionaires Boys Club, okay? Eric knows him, and he knows him from 1988, and he knows this family's story, and he's always known it since 1988. And obviously Craig Signorelli knows about the BBC, and he doesn't even go to Beverly Hills High School, okay? So this is a known thing. So how in the world, if he already knows Brian and he already knows this family, would this movie on July 31st mean anything whatsoever? Well, obviously it wouldn't. That can't be the causing factor here. That's nonsense. But it certainly appealed to Mr. Kuriyama because he brought it up at every opportunity in this case. The other thing Mr. Kuriyama said in his opening, which is not based on evidence, is he kept talking about how the brothers, this indistinguishable mass, threatened Dr. Oziel. And there is not one shred of evidence, and never has been, not even in anybody's previous memory or anybody's previous inconsistent statement, that Eric ever said anything threatening to Dr. Oziel. He went to Dr. Oziel because he was on the verge of suicide. And Oziel did testify. Eric never threatened me. Eric never said anything threatened. He chose to have somebody in his office to listen into his patient for whatever his reasons were, but not because Eric had threatened him. And that is clear. It could not be clearer. Eric never threatened him, but the prosecution has a great desire to paint Eric with this black brush, even for things he never did. Mr. Kuriyama fantasizes and speculates that there was some kind of conflict in this family because Eric didn't want to follow the rules of the family or toe the line. Which rule is it that Eric didn't want to follow? I'll tell you which one it was. Get on your knees. That is the family rule he did not want to follow. And there is no other rule that Mr. Kuriyama can point to that Eric violated, either that summer or any other time. Okay. Now, as I've told you before, the prosecution, under the notion that they have the burden of proof, gets to argue twice, and I only get to argue once. And so I won't be able to answer what he's going to say. I may have already answered some of it in my argument now, but I don't get to go up again. However, there are some things that I can anticipate maybe he'll say. I've already done some of them. Okay, let's talk about the state of mind at the time of the shooting. We have presented evidence for you that what's happening here is this automatic fight-flight limbic system. This takes over, as it does in any kind of emergency situation with anybody. And then the prosecution may say, well, if that's true, then how come so few minutes later they're able to think there's fingerprints on the shells and pick them up, etc. And Dr. Burgess testified about the different stages of this fight-flight automatic impulse system. But I think it's no different than what I talked to you about before with the near miss with the truck. Fear is one of those emotions. When you're instructed about cooling period and heat of passion, you'll see that they talk about emotions that abate and there's a cooling period. Fear is not the kind of emotion that cools on its own. Anger, you can get angry and nothing can intervene at all, and eventually the anger will die down. But when you're fearful and the situation provoking the fear is continuing, okay, the fear doesn't go away until the threat is over. And in this case, the threat is over after the shooting. We've obviously gone past break time here, Judge.
We've gone beyond the hour estimate, too.
No, I didn't say the hour. I said this morning.
1 hour. You had about 1 hour to go.
Oh, yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes, but yesterday I was too tired to know better.
Yes.
When you get tired, you know you get dumb.
Well, now that you're not tired, how much longer do you think you have?
I have enough that it pays to give the jurors a break.
How much longer do you think you have?
If I get to have a cigarette or if I don't.
How much longer do you think you have?
I'm looking, Your Honor. I'm looking at my notes. I think I have about half an hour.
Okay, 30 minutes.
Yep.
All right, we'll take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll resume for the final 30 minutes at 10 minutes after the hour.
I wrote down idea. I was talking before when we all went off to have our drugs that the prosecution may argue that Erik could not have been in this state of complete non-thinking panic such that he could not have even intended to kill at the time of the shooting if 3 or 4 minutes later he's able to think in terms of picking up the shells. And I think that that's obviously contrary, that argument is contrary to our own experience, because once the threat is gone, that's when the thoughts start flooding back. And after the shooting is over, that's when they go through what Dr. Burgess described as the numbing period, and the thoughts are able to come back and you're able to do cognitive thinking. Not that they did thinking on any great level or put together a very rational tale afterwards, but nevertheless, they were at least able to measure what's happening and figure out what they should do, and that they should say something, and that they should come up with a story for the police. And if you recall, it was a very small story. Its parts only had to do with being at a movie theater while the shooting was happening, going to meet someone at Taste of LA, albeit they were late, stopping off home to get false ID, which is the explanation for why they were there, and parking the car in the back before they left the house that night. And that was the whole big elaborate tale, which certainly doesn't sound like something that you would have had to have planned in advance to come up with. And I wanted to focus just briefly on the notion of intent to kill, because intent to kill is the difference between involuntary manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter, and intent to kill is also the express malice component of first or second degree murder. And I have argued to you that there is no direct evidence here, and that is true, that Erik Menendez intended to kill either parent. There is evidence that he assisted his brother in the reloading process, and I submit to you that that too is not evidence of intent to kill. And if you read the aiding and abetting instruction, which is all that he's doing there, because remember, he doesn't even go back. When Lyle goes back into the family room den, Erik does not. Lyle leaves first, he goes in the room, Erik hears a shot, and he sees Lyle coming out of that room, and he has not gone back in. And I think that fact informs whether he intended to kill or not. But I think in actually analyzing what happened here, given the chain of events and the rapidity of action and the state of panic that he was in, you have to assess intent to kill from the moment when they go into the room. And I submit to you, when you're operating on a survival instinct and your only thought is, don't let someone kill me, that is not intent to kill. Now, what I was addressing before we took the break were some of the things the prosecution may argue that I will not have a chance to answer, and so I'm going to try to anticipate them. And one of them is this, and it has to do with the tape of December 11th. I want you to recall, and if you can't recall without hearing testimony about it, then I would ask you this. Most specifically, I can't direct your deliberations, and it would be improper for me to try to do so, but I would ask you this one thing. If you want to use the tape of December 11th to decide any significant issue in this case, I would ask you, besides obviously listening to it, because I think it's important, and listening for Erik, it's important that you hear how he sounds on that tape. The other thing I would ask you to do, if your notes are not adequate, is to have the testimony of Dr. Burgess concerning that tape reread to you. Because one thing you do not know in any detail is what was going on between Erik and Lyle and Dr. Oziel before that tape was turned on. It is obviously turned on in the middle of a conversation. And Dr. Burgess has information that she testified to that it is clear that Erik did not trust Dr. Oziel. It is clear that he thought Dr. Oziel was trying to blackmail him. It is clear that he and Lyle had determined they were not going to tell Dr. Oziel the secrets of the family. They were going to go along with what he wanted, give him what he wanted to the extent that they could. And Erik wasn't even able to do that, really, during the session of December 11th because he was too upset. And so he stayed out of the conversation by and large. And when Dr. Oziel tried to drag him in, all he could talk about was his regret and his remorse and his love for his parents. And you cannot take that tape on face value, because you know that the people participating in it, at least Erik and Lyle, are not intending in that tape to be truthful. But as is characteristic with Erik after the killings, his guilty conscience is such that the truth keeps coming out in hints and suggestions. And of course, Oziel's not interested in that, so there never is any follow-up. But there may be some suggestion by the prosecution that they made this tape. I mean, I think Mr. Kuriyama even made reference to it in his opening. He claimed, and he is in error. And remember, it's been 5 months of testimony, and I may be wrong in my recollection of some of the facts that I've talked to you about. And Mr. Kuriyama may, he certainly thinks I am. That's why I kept objecting. And Mr. Kuriyama may be wrong in his recollection of the facts, but there is a record, and you are ultimately the determiners of what are the facts of the case. You can't apply the law until you first decide what the facts are. But he says that there was testimony from Judalon Smith that somehow Erik and Lyle were supposed to express remorse on this tape, and there's no such testimony. How would she know that anyway? But there's no testimony that Dr. Oziel told her that that was the purpose of making the tape. All we know is that Dr. Oziel suggested in one of the earlier sessions that he, being the genius that he is, could piece together the family constellation. Nothing about remorse. And I submit to you there is no way Erik Menendez was, at this point, after the way Dr. Oziel had behaved, was going to make a tape for the purpose of it being helpful to him should he get arrested, or for the purpose of staging some remorse. Mr. Kuriyama kept referring to Erik as an actor, and yet you've heard that his behavior and his emotionality is consistent over the entire course of his life. When Erik testified, he was not highly emotional, so I imagine Mr. Kuriyama can't now call him an actor for his testifying. And I think in trying to analyze his testimony, you should keep in mind that no, it is not an actor you saw on a witness stand, but it is the tennis player, the kid who has to go to work. And this was the greatest challenge, if you will, of his life. And he knew he's going to be on the witness stand, and he knows he has to function, and he knows he has to give answers. So he went to work, and he was not highly emotional. And I would have frankly preferred that he was. But he did what he could do, given the fear. I mean, and it is. We're all nervous. I was nervous examining him, but it is terrifying to be up there. And it is terrifying when you have to overcome everything that has happened to you in your life. And I hold it as a great testimonial to the skill of Dr. Vickery, that he took a complete basket case, who clearly could have never even been a witness in his own case, in the condition that he was in 1990, and got him healthy enough that he could do what he had to do in testifying in this case. The prosecution may argue that Erik and Lyle were not truthful about how much clothing was dumped. I'm not operating a complete vacuum here and suspecting what may or may not be said, but I would point out one thing to you, and that is this. Erik testified that he got rid of his pants because he saw these little dots of spray on them. Lyle did not have that on his pants, apparently, because he didn't change them. Now, they may argue, oh, this was such a scene of carnage, there had to be blood everywhere, it had to be all over them, and I will point out to you the one fact that disproves that. You have all the photographs of the house. There is no blood tracks anywhere. There are no drops of blood outside that room. If they had been covered in blood to any extent, there would have been blood evidence outside, took down all the pictures, but outside the area right around the couch, and there is absolutely none. No footprints, no drops, nowhere in the house, nowhere near the guest house, nowhere upstairs in Erik, nowhere. All the blood is right there concentrated. So what he's talking about is these tiny little sprays and nothing else. And so it is not unbelievable or untruthful that one of them could have had that small evidence of blood and nothing greater. One other thing I want you to keep in mind, if Mr. Kuriyama should make the argument that our experts only know what Erik told them, and that's not true. I think they made it very clear that in forming their opinion, they read everything. They read the statements of all the witnesses who were called, the statements of witnesses who were not called to testify, all of the previous testimony, all of the medical records and the school records, so that when they came out with an opinion about whether Erik was indeed an abused and molested child, it was not based on what he was telling them, but was based on the entire picture of the family that they were able to formulate, that you're able to formulate, based on what other people said. And finally, I want you to remember in evaluating the molestation evidence how very, very secretive this family was. How their own, the relatives who lived closest to them knew nothing about the reality of their family life, knew nothing about the reality of their children. They were told they did fabulously in school. They didn't know differently. Neither child ever betrayed that secret. And the little cousins who stayed in the house over the summers were kept away from their room whenever Jose was alone with them. And so if the argument is made that this molestation could not have gone on in this house, when the cousins are there, I submit to you that the kinds of things that Jose Menendez was doing to Erik don't make a great deal of noise. And the few times that he did assault him in such a way that the child screamed, he made sure there was nobody home to hear it. Mr. Kuriyama said to you, which is entirely proper, that he felt privileged to represent the people of the state of California in this case. He is a district attorney, he is a member of the government, and he likes his job, and he does a very good job of it, and he works hard, and I think his sentiments are completely appropriate. I cannot stand here, though, and tell you that all I feel is privileged for having represented Erik Menendez for 3.5 years. I'm aware of the fact that besides wanting to comment on all of the evidence, I've given you a very long closing argument because I don't want to let go of him. Since Erik became my client in March of 1990, in the condition that Dr. Vickery described to you, it is more than being privileged, and it was more than just a task of representing him to be able to put this trial on. There is no way that you can go back and share the experience of a 19-year-old, which is what he was at that time, without getting more than somewhat professionally involved. And I admit to that. And I admit to an enormous bias in favor of this client. And as you know, his family was always kept distant from him, and were physically and are physically distant from him. And there was that sense in those early days that I was the only person he had. And for 3.5 years, I have definitely felt, shared somewhat by Miss Morrissey, shared, I'm sure, also to some extent by his doctor, Dr. Vickery, that we are responsible for Erik, and we have had him in our hands all this time, and now I have to give him up to you. And the minute I am finished, he is out of my hands, and whatever happens to him depends on what you do. Now, he has not had a great deal of positive experience with adults who have been responsible for his life. I take it as a great compliment that it seems to me, and I think it was something that could be seen throughout this trial, particularly when he testified, that in spite of the type of childhood he had, he has finally learned to trust someone who has control to some degree over his life. And I have to trust you, as Mr. Kuriyama has to trust you, to fulfill your duty as jurors here and to judge him under the law. We have talked about a lot of things in this case, and some of the things that I've talked about in my argument are moral arguments. And there are a lot of things that could be said about the morality of what happened here. But it really is not your job to make a moral decision. For example, issues of holding people accountable on individual responsibility is a social and a moral issue. But if you were to convict Erik Menendez of murder, you wouldn't be teaching him a lesson in individual responsibility. You would be ending his life. This is not the place to teach people lessons that they should have turned out better in spite of what happened to them. What your job is to follow the law, as the judge gives it to you. And legal responsibility is a different thing than moral judgment. The law does not expect people to be perfect, and the law does not impose its penalties in order to teach moral lessons. Now, the other thing I want to tell you is this. You are being given a choice of 5 possible verdicts on each count, and I'm not going to give you a lecture on the law. But each decedent is a separate count, and for each decedent you are being given a choice of 5 different verdicts: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, and not guilty. And that is true as to each. And you have to analyze the evidence as to each separately. And you have to make those decisions as to each separately. And this is a very complicated trial. And there is very polarized evidence in this trial. There is no real compromise with the evidence here. Either you accept the defense version of the case in its essential parts, or you accept the prosecution version. And there is no way to compromise this evidence. Either this is a murder because everything we have told you is not true, and they killed for reasons unproven but completely different than what we say, in which case it is a killing with malice, or it is a killing that resulted from the things that we have told you about, and that it was done under a state of fear. And if that is true, there is no malice, and it can only be manslaughter. Now, my concern is, because this is such a polarized case, you may find in your deliberations that you are polarized. The one thing, we all want a verdict. Obviously, we've worked very hard. There's been a lot of time and effort here. But we do not want a verdict if it means that any individual juror sacrifices their own properly held view of the case. And what I mean by that is, it is not proper to compromise. If you believe the case requires a particular verdict, and you have deliberated with the other jurors, and you have considered all the evidence, you have to stick to your position, even if it means there will not be a verdict, there will be a hung jury. That is preferable to compromising both sides' right to have the individual opinion of 12 separate jurors. You are 12 individuals. You are not a unit. And although you may all be friends, and maybe that will even survive deliberations, nevertheless, that is your duty as a juror. And one of the reasons that that's, apart from the fact that that's the constitutional right to a jury, the other thing, too, is something very tragic has happened in other cases that I'm sure Mr. Kuriyama and I both know about over the course of our experience. And that is, you are being instructed that you must not consider penalty and punishment. And that is true unless we wind up in a second trial here, in a penalty phase. The reason for that, well, there's all sorts of reasons for that, but it's not your job. That's the judge's job. And juries in the past have made the tragic mistake of thinking they knew what the penalties or punishments were for various offenses, and thought they were making compromises for that reason. Let me assure you, you do not know. It should never govern your decision to think you know. You should not consider that if you decide the case a certain way, that you will have any influence whatsoever over sentencing, because you won't. That is solely the province of the judge. And I want to remind you of that. And I particularly want to tell you that your decision is whether it is a killing with malice or without malice. And it is improper to try to compromise by saying, well, I can't decide that issue, so I'll only find second-degree murder. That is a disaster. And I would ask you not to do that. Either you accept what we have proven to you, or you do not. But you do not compromise, because you do neither side any good in doing that. I have had a fantasy since the day I started representing Erik. If people were to ask me, after 3.5 years of thinking about him in this case, every single day somehow or another, even on vacation, what is it I want out of it? My answer is not necessarily a legal one. There's only one thing I actually could focus on that I wanted. I want to see him walk down a street, not in chains, not in shackles, and not with a deputy sheriff standing next to him. Now, to fulfill my dream and my fantasy, you'd have to come in with a verdict of not guilty. And if you don't feel you can do that, based on the instructions that you're getting, I would ask that you come in with a verdict of involuntary manslaughter, because I believe that's what the evidence shows. And I think all of you will discharge your duties as jurors in this case with great diligence. You have been a remarkable jury, extremely conscientious in being here, in paying attention. It was nice over the last couple of days to see you smile a bit, because we have thought of you as the tough jury as compared to the others who we thought of as the soft jury. But that's all based on appearances. And what I have learned, and what I'm sure Mr. Kuriyama has learned over the years, that nothing can trip you up worse than thinking you know what jurors are thinking based on whether they smile at you or not. There are many war stories, and when it's all over, I may share them with you, that is the easiest way to get misled. But certainly if you're standing in front of people for 2.5 days, it's very nice when they're responsive, and I thank you.
All right, thank you. Are you ready to proceed?
There is a matter I'd like to take up on outside the business, and you have to get results.
All right. Well, let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a recess, and we'll resume at 1 o'clock, and then we'll get started since it's 11:35 or so, and give the lawyers a chance to get organized here for the final argument of the prosecution. And we'll ask that you all return at 1 o'clock. Don't discuss this matter with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. Let me say a few other things. There are a lot of people in the audience and a lot of people watching this trial in the courthouse. They all have some interest in the case, so they wouldn't be here. It's very important that you not have any contact with any of those people, because they might want to ask you, well, what did you think? How do you react? What are you thinking about all this? That would be entirely improper, and it would be entirely improper for them to ask. It would be entirely improper for you to answer. So the best way to deal with any such situation is not to have any contact with anybody in the courthouse whatsoever. You have enough friends on the jury to talk to them, and obviously you must not talk at all about this case until it's finally given to you for your decision. We'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock today. All right, yes.
Your Honor, with respect to my argument, there's a couple of questions that I have. Want the guidance of the court. The defense has argued that the defendant was available to us, that we could have interviewed him for 50 hours just like the defense did. That was never ruled upon, and in fact the defense had made the statement that they would not allow that. So I wanted to get some guidance from the court as to how I could handle that argument.
Well, just so the matter is put in its proper context, the people filed a motion to have the defendant examined. The people cited a recent California Supreme Court case that the people felt supported the position that the examination could be conducted. The defense informally indicated opposition to the motion. The motion was never pursued by the prosecution, and the matter was dropped as far as this court was concerned, since you never pursued it. But it was the people's position that you had a right to conduct such an examination. That's basically what happened.
That's correct. There was no ruling on it.
There was no ruling because you didn't ask for a ruling.
Well, the defense had indicated that they refused to do that.
Well, that's good, but you never asked for a ruling. You never put it to a test, so that's basically where it sits.
Inasmuch as there was no ruling, and he certainly didn't volunteer to come and be interviewed by our experts, that was inaccurate to that degree. So I just wanted to let the court know that I will address that in my closing argument.
I'd like to let the court know that the reason, they didn't pursue it, but we gave an informal opposition because we felt that the authority, both the case they cited and other cases, would have permitted it, frankly. And that's why we didn't brief it, because we couldn't find the authority for a position. And they certainly could have asked for a ruling, and I suspect the court would have granted their request. But they chose to proceed without experts. And if Mr. Kuriyama gets up there and starts talking about we asked the court for a ruling, I would object, because I think that's improper argument. The fact of the matter is, based on the authority they cited, had they asked for a ruling, had the court granted it, they could have sent somebody in there to interview him for 50 hours. I think their problem is they didn't have an expert that could help them. And that's why they didn't use it and didn't pursue it.
The inaccuracy is that...
we know their experts sat in this
Okay, let's
courtroom.
not argue about things beyond this limited issue that's before this court. The ultimate concern would be whether or not the prosecution could remark on with the right of the defendant to refuse to speak with the psychiatrist or psychologist, regardless of whether there was an order compelling him to do so. It was my impression, quite frankly, that that's really what the prosecution was seeking, just to have the court order and the defendant refuse to cooperate, and then you would use that in some fashion as a issue showing consciousness of guilt or refusal to cooperate, something along those lines. That was my impression, but you never pursued it, so it never came to a head.
And it was our position, which, because it was never pursued, we didn't have to show it, but after we had researched the issue, that if the court had granted it, our client would have cooperated so that we do not get that. So what could be said about it now? He didn't object when I made the statement.
I did object. It was
No,
overruled.
there was an objection.
Well, then,
There was an objection. The court overruled it because I was aware of this history that we've just been discussing.
So in other words, the defense had already indicated that they would not cooperate, and then she has the nerve to argue that he was available. They never volunteered him to be interviewed.
Well, that's not their job to volunteer.
I know,
It's
but
your
for
job
them for them to argue that is not true.
Well, counsel, as I said, the issue was that you had made a request or filed a motion to have the examination. You never pursued it, so it was never resolved. And we don't know what ultimately would have happened.
That's my
The
point.
bottom line is, it's true that we don't know whether or not the defendant would have or would not have cooperated. We'll never know that. That's one of those mysteries that we'll never know the answer to.
We know that the only expression we got concerning whether or not he would cooperate was a negative one.
Well, that's all outside the record.
So was what she argued.
No, she said that you had a right to examine the defendant, and you didn't do it. That was your position. You had a right to examine the defendant. You filed a brief with supporting cases saying you had the right to do it.
I'm not sure if that is exactly how she phrased her argument. I'll have to check that. But notwithstanding that, we did not have the right. We were not given that right by the court because the court did not rule on that.
Well, you didn't ask for a ruling.
That's my point. There was no ruling on it, so how can she say we had the right? We were not given that right.
Because you said you have the right. You said it. You said it when you filed your brief. You filed a brief and you said you had the right to do this, and this is the legal authority for that. And you wanted the court to issue an order in that regard, and the court didn't do it because you never pursued the matter. It was just dropped. I didn't know why you dropped it. I have no way of knowing when things are not pursued as to why they're not. They just, you file papers and then you forget them. So I don't know. And I had no way of knowing why it is that you didn't pursue the matter. But that's the way it is. But your position was that you had an absolute right to have the defendant examined. So she referred to that in her argument. She's just reflecting what your position is. You're not disputing that you had a right to examine the defendant, are you?
We made that motion, and it was not ruled upon, so I don't know if we had that right.
Well, I thought when you filed the motion, you cited a case, and it was your position that that was a legitimate position, and you believed that it was correct.
Well, personally, I didn't file the motion, Mrs. Bazanich did, but that was our position.
Okay.
In fact, that was our position.
Okay, well, then that was your position. You had a right to do it.
However, just to make a point, I could have filed a brief saying that I had a right to interview him myself, which I don't have. And the fact that I said that I did in a motion doesn't mean that I have that right.
Well,
The fact that
I assume you wouldn't do that because it wouldn't be a correct statement of law.
That's correct.
And you filed something that you believe was a correct statement of law.
At the time, Mrs. Bazanich did, yes.
Okay.
So,
and you have some reason to believe that that wasn't correct?
Well, I believe she had the authority to ask for the examination. The defense indicated they wouldn't. I don't think that we could have forced him to submit to an examination.
That's absolutely true. You couldn't.
Yeah. So
That's
for
true.
her to say that he was available when they've represented to me that they weren't going to make him available is inaccurate. So I just want to comment on that. That they never. Okay, this is accurate. They never offered him, never volunteered that we be able to interview him. That was never done.
They're not obligated to do that. Why should they do that? What would be their reason to volunteer?
Well, they definitely didn't have a reason to do that, and that's why they indicated that they wouldn't do it. But for them to argue to this jury that he was available when he was not available, they didn't make him available. There was no court order allowing us to even try to interview him. So that's the issue.
Okay, I've indicated the posture of the matter as to how it developed and the context in which the courts has overruled the objection by the prosecution to that remark. And based on that, it would be improper for you to argue that the defendant could not have been examined, since it was your position that he could have been examined.
I wouldn't argue that he could not have been examined. I would just say that they never volunteered to have him examined.
Again, that's not within the record, one way or the other. So you can't argue that. It's not in the record.
Come back up one.
Okay. Well, the fact that we had filed a motion was not before this
I've
court either.
already told you what my feelings are. If you wanted to find the specific reference in the argument that was made by Ms. Abramson, I'll be glad to look at it
Okay.
if you want to spend your time doing that. What other matters did you want to discuss?
There was one other matter. There was a defense witness who they attempted to put on a Dr. Summerfield. They decided, based on my indication that I would cross-examine Dr. Summerfield on Mrs. Menendez's statement that she had information that the defendants were sociopaths and that she feared them and that they lacked a conscience. They decided not to put on Dr. Summerfield, but Mrs. Abramson argued statements apparently made by Dr. Summerfield in her argument that were never in evidence.
Well, were in evidence. They came in without objection during Dr. Tyler's testimony, in fact. I was very careful, and they came in for all purposes because there was no limiting objection at the time.
Regardless of that, I don't recall you objecting to that in her argument,
Right.
Mr. Kuriyama. So I'm not obviously going to do anything about that now, and it doesn't open the door to your introducing other matters that have not been presented during the course of the trial.
Those are the two matters I wanted to take up.
All right, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock.
I'd like to get back to the murder case that we started off with back in June and July of this year. What the defense has done is to bring to my mind a play by Shakespeare called Macbeth. In the opening scene of Macbeth, there's a witch stirring this pot, this concoction, and she's chanting, "Foul is fair and fair is foul." What did Shakespeare mean by that? That right is wrong and wrong is right, good is bad and bad is good. Things have been turned around in this case. In Macbeth, Lord Macbeth murders King Duncan with a knife. He kills him in his own castle while the king is sleeping. And after the murder, because that's what it was, the king was sleeping and Macbeth went in there and killed him. The Macbeth was revisited by recurring nightmares, images of the murder that he had committed. Now, likewise, in this case, the defendant, as Dr. Oziel testified, has been revisited by nightmares of him killing his own parents. But the fact that somebody has nightmares, has a guilty conscience for what he did, does not change a murder into a manslaughter. You will be told by His Honor that you are not to consider sympathy for the defendant. You're not to consider whether or not he was remorseful. Those are things that don't concern you at this point. Those are things that come in the next phase of the trial that you can consider in determining what you will determine in the next phase. Counsel has indicated that the prosecution has put up photographs that are ugly photographs. A murder is not pretty. Those were photographs that had to do with this case. They were crime scene photographs. Counsel indicated that it was a cheap trick to put on crime scene photographs of the victims in the case. Well, a cheap trick would be to put up pictures of little babies hanging from a bar, for example. If that shows abuse, if that shows that they were being terrorized, then I think a lot of us have done that. In fact, I'm the father of a 6-year-old and a 2-year-old. And I have a daughter who, when she was 7 months old, I would be doing pull-ups on our bar in between our door. And I grabbed her one day and I put her up on the bar. And she actually hung on to it. So I called my wife over, and my wife took a picture of it. I actually have a picture of my daughter at 7 months. Here's Erik Menendez at 18 months. And that is supposed to show abuse somehow, terrorizing. I'll show you another picture shown by the defense. And that's this photograph. It's a photograph, as Mrs. Abramson indicated, of the cul-de-sac where the defendant was terrorized. I think you recall that there was testimony that the defendant had to go down this death hill and that he had to go around this cul-de-sac when he was 5 years old. Does that appear to be a hill to you? It looks pretty flat to me, but this is the thing that they testified to as being this horrible hill that just caused this poor child such misery and such fear. You can see Mrs. Abramson in the background there. It's an indication of how the defense can change things, how they can try to mislead you. I'd ask you not to fall for that. There was other photographs shown from among thousands of photographs from this family over all these years that were gathered, taken by the parents. Some of the photographs were shown, others we weren't given access to, and you didn't get.
Objection.
Now, you've seen photographs of cookie monsters and ferrets, and you've seen photographs, and I'm going to put these up, photographs of what Mrs. Abramson calls hard evidence of child molestation. And I'm going to put these up in order that they appeared when Mrs. Menendez went to the local store, I suppose, and had them developed. This is supposed to show you hard evidence of sexual abuse. When people take photographs, for example, if you put film into your camera, you don't have to take all the pictures in the same day. So these weren't necessarily all taken on the same day, obviously. It will appear from the subject matter that they weren't taken on the same day. This is of Erik Menendez's birthday party. And I believe it's the only photograph shown to you of Erik's birthday party. There were witnesses that came in early on that said that these young boys were deprived. They didn't have such birthday parties. The only ones that they show you are the ones that they claim show this alleged abuse. Okay. Taking a look at these photographs, there's a photograph of the legs and the lower torso in a bathtub. Now, we don't know who took that photograph. The next photograph in this segment is Erik Menendez. Appears to be he's just waking up. There's another photograph that appears to be of the lower part of a bed. And then there's the actual party day. You can see Erik Menendez is wearing this striped shirt. Now, this appears to be a different day from the day depicted in the first photograph, where you see Lyle Menendez in a t-shirt. And in the party photographs, Lyle Menendez is in a light blue t-shirt with a darker blue collar and sleeves. Now, if you look at those photographs, you can see that the fourth photograph really shows nothing. It's blurry, and there's really no subject matter there that one could discern. I want to show you the 10th photograph in this series, and that appears to be from a low vantage point it appears to only take half of what appears to be Erik Menendez, and then it's the lower body of some adults that are gathered around in the kitchen. It also shows an open dishwasher. The next photograph is what Erik Menendez indicated was him. And the next one is of a little dog. Now, if, as the defendants indicated, if Jose Menendez had taken all these photographs of them naked, where are all of these photographs? They've not shown you any, but they show you this one roll, and they expect you to believe that Jose Menendez took these photographs of the brothers. Would they say that Jose Menendez took this photograph here, the one of the lower torsos of these people, the lower bodies, and half of Erik Menendez, and the open dishwasher? What's the more reasonable interpretation of that? They were two kids taking pictures of each other. You know, you could tell by the vantage point of the photograph. You could tell by the subject matter of the photograph. This, I say, is not hard evidence of anything. If that can prove a child molest, then a lot of people would be convicted of child molestation. In fact, suppose someone were to charge Mrs. Abramson with child molestation. And they said, well, that's my word, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a picture that I got from the TV, and it's a picture of Leslie Abramson poking a hole in the penis of this photograph. That shows you that she is a child molester. Now, if that's hard evidence, that's what she would call hard evidence, I suppose. I think we that have families know that children take photographs. In fact, parents take photographs of their younger children in baths. I don't think that's unusual. I don't think these photographs really show anything. What we've done is to present you with a case against this defendant, charging him with murder. And we haven't brought in any or irrelevant matters such as the defense has. Now, Mrs. Abramson indicated that lawyers play games, that she engaged in game playing in this case. I can assure you that the people of the state of California don't consider this a game. We've been entrusted with a job to bring the murderers of Mr. and Mrs. Menendez to justice. And the people put on evidence, 4 weeks of evidence, to establish that the defendant and his brother premeditated and deliberated the murder. The defense, on the other hand, put on about 3.5 months of a lot of witnesses that talked about things that happened years and years ago, put on a lot of irrelevant photographs, and what they've done is, in playing a game, they've dressed up their defendants in sweaters. They've referred to them as kids, as boys, as children. The defendants are adults, or this defendant is an adult, and his brother is an adult. There are statements made by Mrs. Abramson that I'd like to address. Now, Mrs. Abramson said that Dr. Oziel, there was no evidence that Dr. Oziel was threatened by the defendant, Erik Menendez. If you review Dr. Oziel's testimony, he said that he knew he had been treating Erik Menendez for the burglaries. He knew, that is, Erik Menendez knew where the doctor lived, and Dr. Oziel thought that he and his brother would come to his house. So even though there may not have been a direct verbal threat by Erik Menendez, there was in fact evidence that Dr. Oziel feared both. With respect to the whereabouts of Erik Menendez on July 31st, 1989, there is evidence. If you review the testimony of Erik Menendez, he testified that he remembers that he and his brother were in Tampa Tampa, Florida, on that day. Now, the defense says there's nothing to indicate that where the brothers were, whether they were together. You'll recall that Dr. Oziel testified that Erik Menendez had told him that Lyle was not there for the entire movie. If Dr. Oziel were really trying to make up this story, he would have said the brothers were there, they saw the entire two-part movie. But in fact, Erik Menendez told him that Lyle had come in the middle of the movie. With respect to the BBC movie, you've heard counsel's view on what that shows. Now, what we know is that Dr. Oziel testified that the BBC movie is something that the defendant himself referred to. The defendant referred to the movie as a subject for the brothers to talk about the killing of their own parent. In fact, the father in that movie had been killed. The son in that movie was involved in the killing of the father. At that point, they started to talk about killing their own father. And as the December 11th tape indicates, there was a discussion initially, and the brothers decided that they would, in fact, kill their father. But it would take them longer to decide what to do with mom. And in fact, they talked about killing their mother, and as was indicated, Erik Menendez had to sleep on it for a couple of days. He wasn't quite sure whether or not he wanted to kill his mother as well. And that's in their own voices. Now, Mrs. Abramson indicated that the only thing Erik Menendez ever did in his life, anything against his parents, was to say, "Shut up." And that there were never any crimes committed. She said that you could understand how a child could kill a parent if there were drugs involved or if there were other crimes involved. And we know what the relationship was with this family, that there was in fact burglaries that had been committed a year earlier. Now you recall, this is a testimony of Erik Menendez with respect to his father telling him that, or indicating that he was going to disinherit him in September of 1988. There would not have been any discussion about disinheriting if there hadn't been problems that were raised by the sons. When defendant Erik Menendez was asked about the disinheriting, did this have anything to do with the burglaries you committed, have anything to do with your father discussing with you the disinheritance? Erik Menendez responded that being 70th in tennis was more important. And he indicated that he was sure that his father was upset with him about the burglary. There's no question about that, he said. But I don't think that's the main reason. That may have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Now, what that indicates is that there had been problems. There had been problems by the sons, that they were causing problems for the parents. This is not a case where, as counsel will isolate it and say, well, it was just because he said, "Shut up" one day. And that's the only thing that people can turn to. What the people can turn to is the fact that there had been these prior crimes that had caused the parents a lot of grief, and there was discussion about disinheritance. Now, the defense has argued that the defendant, Erik Menendez, in telling Dr. Oziel on October 31st that he killed his parents, he entrusted Dr. Oziel with that information, but he didn't trust him with any other information. Never said, "I was acting in self-defense," or "I honestly believed that they were going to kill me right at that minute." Never made any of those comments. Yet, in his testimony, he states on September 17th, when Detective Zoller went to talk to him in Cranberry, New Jersey, the defendant says that Dr. Oziel is a very good friend of mine and that he spent a lot of time with us after the killings. And so when I asked Erik Menendez, so Dr. Oziel, as of September 17th, was a good friend of yours, wasn't he? Erik Menendez responded, I viewed him as a friend of mine. There's no question about that. Now, what the defense will have you believe, and the fatal flaw in their argument, is this. The defense has spent years on trying to dirty up Dr. Oziel. They have gotten former girlfriends. They have gone to other measures to try to dirty him up. Now, there's no showing that Erik Menendez knew anything about this, anything about the background of Dr. Oziel during that period of time. And in fact, he's saying just the opposite. He's saying, I trust him. He's a friend of mine. Yet, in this case, they're saying to you that for some reason that we don't know, that Erik Menendez said, well, I didn't trust him. Trusted him enough to tell him that I killed my parents, but I didn't trust him to tell him that I was acting, or I thought I was acting in honest self-defense. Counsel indicated or tried to argue that the BBC movie was somehow made up by Dr. Oziel. We know that the defendant himself had a friend named Brian Eslamania, who happened to be the son of the person killed in the movie, BBC movie. Now, this person, this Brian Eslamania, was going to be one of the four that Erik Menendez spoke about, his four trusted friends, including Craig Signorelli, who would make up to from $1 to $2 million in this corporation. Erik Menendez had plans to form something just like the BBC. Now, how would Dr. Oziel know about Erik Menendez's plans? How would he know who his friends were? How would he know that he had a friend that had a father who was killed by the Billionaire Boys Club members? In fact, Erik Menendez talks about it enthusiastically, that he's going to form this group and that they would all have a Rolex watch. The defendant will have you believe that he wasn't interested in any kind of gain from his crimes, when we know that he was with his brother. He'll try to put it off on his brother now, but he was with his brother when they bought the Rolex watches. He was with them when they bought the money clips. Lyle Menendez didn't need 2 gold money clips. One of those was for Erik Menendez. Counsel indicated that Erik Menendez is the good guy. Lyle was the worst of the two, I suppose, she would argue. And she said that when Mr. Heffernan, the coach, testified what Kitty would do, would say, you have to do this. She said it was only Lyle who would be mad at Kitty. And it wasn't Erik that did that, but as you can see from the testimony of Mark Heffernan, he said the boys would be mad, not just Lyle. So here's a brother, Lyle, who supposedly was trying to protect Erik, and now the defense is claiming, well, he's the one that shot mom and dad in the head. You know, he's the one that would yell at mom. So they're trying to lessen the culpability of Erik Menendez, but we'll go into some instructions about that later on. There has been, in this case, the subject of homosexuality has been brought up by the defense. I'm going to discuss this evidence in the case as it relates to the defendant's homosexuality issues. And what I'd like to do is preface that homosexuality is a personal choice, and gender preference issues are personal ones. And one can certainly understand the reluctance to come out, but because of the defense and because of what they've tendered in this case, I think it's relevant, and I think that I have to address it. As we know, the defendant's psychiatrist, Dr. Vickery, said that the defendant feared that the issue of his homosexuality would come out in the trial.
Objection.
Let's review the evidence according to what the defendant says. Number one, as a young teenager, he and his buddies spoke about how to make semen taste better. The defendant learned that cinnamon would do just that. Now, I don't know if you, when you were a young teenager and you talked with your friends, whether that subject ever came up. I think it's not a usual subject matter. So we don't know who the friends were or the nature of the relationship, but we know that that's what he testified to. Number two, we do know that Mrs. Menendez was taping the defendant's calls, and this is probably at least back to September of 1988, so sometime at least a little after the burglaries that the defendant did, burglary and grand theft. The mother was monitoring what her son was up to. And as the defendant testified, he actually found this little device, and he found out that his mother had been taping his calls. And so he listened to those tapes, and he did find that he actually listened to the tapes. They were of his conversations, and he destroyed those tapes. So we don't know the subject matter of those tapes. In the words of Mrs. Abramson in her opening statement, he genuinely believed that his mother had supernatural powers because she knew all the things that he was purposefully concealing from her. She never stated what it was that he was purposely concealing from the parents. The defendant also testified that Mrs. Menendez read his diary. We know that the defendant's mother confronted him about being gay and asked him to get a girlfriend, with giving him a 6-month deadline. Number four, according to the defendant, his mom didn't think much about a person being gay, and that Mr. Menendez called him a faggot and hated gays. Now we know that Mrs. Menendez told the defendant that she's not stupid, she knows. Defendant Erik Menendez never did clarify what it was that she knows, but she's told him at one point she knows. What do you think I am, stupid? I know. We know that the defendant found out after he murdered his parents, as I've indicated, that his mother was taping his calls, and actually listened to the tape. And he actually listened to the tapes going back to the fall of 1988. We know that he destroyed those tapes, and so those tapes are still secret. The defense in this case has made a lot of references to secrecy and secrets. We know that the defendant, although he bought new furniture for his Marina City Club apartment, and he brought his bed with him as well, this bed that his father supposedly sodomized him on and molested him on. It's like the only piece of furniture that he took with him to the Marina City Club apartment. He took that with him. We know that the defendant claimed that his father made him get into a certain position, according to the defendant, on the bed. And he said that the bed had this edge on it that was kind of rough on his knees. And he said that it was uncomfortable. And after the killings, this is November 30th, you got some evidence in this case about a receipt for these bed pads that he claimed he needed on November 30th, 1989, 3 months after the murders. With his father no longer around, no longer there to require him to place his knees on the bed in this awkward position, he purchases bumper pads for his bed and for these edges of the bed. Now you wonder, why would he do that? His father's dead, and no one's making him do what he says his father made him do. Now, according to the defendant's testimony at the time of his arrest in March of 1990, he had his cousin Andy Cano destroy or conceal evidence from his Marina City Club apartment. Andy Cano, when he testified, he denied knowing anything about this request that Erik had made from him. Erik testified that his cousin Andy Cano had destroyed this evidence. We don't know what that evidence was, but Erik Menendez said that he had something at his apartment that he asked his cousin Andy Cano to destroy or conceal. Finally, with respect to that issue, when asked at page 16,089 what did you think when your father, who's having sex with you, is talking about being gay? And Erik Menendez responds, in part, I didn't think that what Dad and I was doing was a gay thing. Yet, his expert comes in and says he had a fear of having his homosexuality apparently come out. Indeed, if the defendant were engaging in consensual sex, homosexual activity with other men, that would account for his being able to describe what he described for you, his sexual encounters with his father. Now this brings us to the discussion of the defendant's claims then of sexual abuse. Because Mrs. Abramson asked, what's the reason for not questioning the defendant on the allegations? Well, number one, it would have been fruitless. We know that the defendant is an accomplished liar. As Mrs. Abramson stated yesterday in her argument, you don't get a person to say they lied on the stand, and you weren't going to get that out of Mr. Menendez. We know that he lied about the Big Five, and he was very detailed about the Big Five. He never said, oh, I was wrong. He tried to explain it away. He tried to say, well, I was there. And then at another point he said, well, you're the one that said it. And then he tried to say, well, maybe the clerk was the one that was wrong. So he never said, oh, I was wrong. I wasn't there. He never said that. We also know that he lied about the BBC. He tried to tell you that the BBC had to do with the British Broadcasting Company. We know that we had to bring in the transcript of his testimony, or actually his interview or conversation with Craig Signorelli on November 29th. We brought that in and confronted him with that. So at that point he had to admit that he knew the BBC was the Billionaire Boys Club. But if you don't have a transcript, if you don't have a tape, he's not going to admit to anything. So we don't have Jose Menendez here, obviously. The defendant knew that he could say whatever he wanted to. Jose Menendez was not going to walk through those doors and come up here and tell you that his son was lying about these allegations. He killed the only witness that could contest it. Now, if Mr. Menendez were molesting the defendant, would he have allowed his nephews and nieces year after year after year live with the family for months at a time, let friends of the defendants live over for months at a time? If this family was so secretive, why would they have allowed all these people to come into their houses and live with them? Now this tack placement, remember when Mrs. Abramson was up here putting those tacks up in the photograph, the tack placement in the legs and penis? This defendant was a swimmer and a tennis player. You wear shorts when you do those activities. There weren't any witnesses that came in here and said they saw these horrible marks on his thighs. We have voluminous medical records. There's no evidence that anybody saw any of these marks in any of these examinations of this defendant. Dr. Carrie English testified that there was no anal scarring and indeed no physical evidence of sexual molestation on the body of either this defendant or the other defendant. Now, if the defendant were being molested, he would have surely jumped on the chance to go to school away from home. Yet we have Ed Fenno, who stayed with the family from about September 1988 till about February of 1989. And Ed Fenno was there when Erik Menendez got his acceptance letter to Berkeley. And Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were very happy that he got into Berkeley. And what does Erik Menendez do? Well, he pulls Ed Fenno aside and says, well, I want to go to UCLA. He didn't want to go to Berkeley. Now, if you were being molested, you'd want to get as far away as you could from who was molesting you, it would seem. But he didn't want to do that. He said, well, no, I know my parents are going to be upset about it, that I don't go to Berkeley, but I'd rather go to UCLA, he says. We know further that this claim of abuse came out only after the defendant was in jail for 6 months, and before that he had been on the streets, scot-free for 7 months. Now this story emerged only after a year, over a year after the killings. You know, just as you cannot prove a negative, Just as the defendants claim that the mafia did it, we can't go to every mafia member in the world and say, hey, did you commit this killing? What you do is you find who the killer was, and you prove it that way. Likewise, as to this killing in this case, the defendants have shown no honest belief that the parents were going to kill them. We showed premeditation and deliberation. We showed planning, and the decision to kill was made. There was no honest belief that they were going to be killed that night. So what we have is plans. There's a plan 1, a plan 2, a plan 3. The defendant's plan 1 was to say that he and his brother were at the movies, and then they went to the Taste of LA and happened to come in on their parents. They found their parents murdered brutally, and they're the ones that called 911. They remain on the street for about 7 months. They're enjoying new cars, new Rolex watches, new money clips, new furniture, a new condo in Marina City Club. The defendant buys a new pool table for himself, and he got into concert promotion and placed an offer of $1.1 million on a house in Marina del Rey. He also enjoyed trips to Cancun and skiing trips. However, in March of 1990, Judalon Smith, as you've heard testimony, came forward with information that led to the defendant's arrest. Now, the defendant was in jail for some 6 months after going through hearings in Santa Monica Superior Court regarding the tapes issue. And over a year after the murders, the defense moved over to Plan 2. What is Plan 2? Plan 2 is, well, our parents abused us. We know from witness Carlos Baralt and Terry Baralt that the defendants, or the defense team, had indicated that the defendants would claim abuse
Objection.
at that time. Thank you. Now, at that time,
No, as I've indicated, ladies and gentlemen, you are the judges of the evidence, and whether the lawyers recall it the same way you do or not, ultimately you will tell us what the evidence is, and there might be some differences in recollections as to any particular piece of evidence, but ultimately you will decide what the evidence is. You may
Your Honor,
proceed.
that was not the basis of my...
That's still the court's ruling. You may proceed.
thank you, Your Honor. Again, Carlos Baralt testified that he was told of this claim of abuse, but at that time he wasn't told that they were acting in honest self-defense, that they honestly believed that their parents were going to kill them. He was told simply that they were going to claim abuse. Now, however, having been abused as a child does not justify murder. And child abuse, if it occurred, is not a capital crime. And in this country, in any event, you have a right to have a trial, and the defendant cannot make himself to be the accuser, the prosecutor, the judge, the jury, and the executioner. Because this was not a defense, this is not a defense to murder, they go to Plan 3. And what's Plan 3? Plan 3 is, if you get a jury to believe that you honestly believed at the time that you were going to be killed yourself, maybe that'll get you down to manslaughter. And they're now in Plan 3. Question is whether they honestly believed that they were in imminent peril. Now, they would have to show that they believed honestly that the parents were about to kill them, or that, as they've indicated, the father was about to sodomize Erik Menendez on August 20th, 1989, when he and his brother bursted into the family room, with their pump shotguns blazing. Their parents, they're going to show that they honestly believe their parents were going to kill them. These are the shotguns that they had purchased 2 days earlier, having used false identification and a false address in a cash purchase, we knowing that Lyle Menendez made his purchases on a credit card. They went all the way to San Diego. They had an alibi that night established with Perry Berman about going to the movies that night, and a plan to connect up with Mr. Berman later that day. This surprise attack, having occurred, as the defendants indicate, on the December 11th tape, occurred after they had already decided that they were going to kill their parents. This was a premeditated killing. And so when Erik Menendez testifies that he goes out to the car and he goes out and gets the ammunition and passes it to his brother, there didn't have to be any other conversation. They knew, they intended when they entered that room to kill them both. They weren't going to leave survivors. In fact, even after they had shot all their ammunition from their shotguns, the mother was still alive. She was still moaning, and she was still trying to crawl. And they reloaded, and they shot her. Actually, Lyle shot her in the face. Now, counsel argued that the defendant, Lyle Menendez, didn't have to admit that he reloaded. But when you have this number of shots in this case, and you have the evidence, and counsel indicated that there was no evidence whatsoever that indicated that they reloaded. Well, Dr. Oziel testified that they told him that they reloaded because she was moaning and trying to crawl away. So in fact, there was evidence. The tape of December 11th is in their own voices, and although they knew that they were being taped, although they knew that they were supposed to try to show some remorse, Erik Menendez, I believe, shows that he's brighter than his brother. His brother didn't show any remorse in that tape at all, as you can hear. Yet Erik Menendez shows remorse. Now, there was a witness, a defense witness in this case, named Ed Fenno. And Ed Fenno testified Ed Fenno testified that he's the one that lived there from September of 1988 to about February of 1989 with the family. And he was asked in cross-examination about the interaction between the defendants and their parents. And Mrs. Bazanich asked Ed Fenno, and this exchange occurred. During the period of time that you observed the interaction between the defendants and their parents, did you ever see the defendants lie to their parents? And the answer was yes. On how many occasions would you say you saw them lying to their parents? And the answer is more than a couple. Was it something that was somewhat common? The answer was somewhat common, yes. The question was, and what kinds of things, first of all, did they both do it or just one of them? Both of them. And what kinds of things did they lie to their parents about? Stuff when they got in. If they did something wrong, you know, Lyle, there was one time where Lyle, he was driving his dad's Cadillac and he kind of sideswiped the mirror, got knocked off, and he didn't want to tell him that. That is what happened. So I don't remember what the story was, but he told him some other kind of story about how that happened. And the question then was, when he told him the other story, was it a detailed story or was it just sort of vague, if you recall? And Mr. Fenno said, I think it was reasonably detailed. The question then was, did you ever see Erik Menendez lie to his parents? And the answer was yes. And what kind of occasion did you see him lie? The same kind of situation where they'd done something wrong and didn't take responsibility for what was wrong. And they didn't take responsibility? They didn't want to take responsibility. They would lie, and they would lie in detail because they did something wrong and they didn't want to take responsibility. So that's not something that was just something that occurred at the spur of the moment here. That's something that was ongoing. You remember the testimony of the same Ed Fenno about the Berkeley information that came in. Erik Menendez got this Berkeley acceptance. His parents were very happy about it. And Erik, as he indicated in this exchange, Erik stated that he didn't want to go there. He wanted to go to UCLA. So this has to do with this claim of child molestation. He didn't want to leave home, which contradicts someone that would, as he indicated, he wanted to leave home. But when given the opportunity and when his father and mother are saying it's a great school, he doesn't want to go there. We know from Ed Fenno that the defendant would lie regularly when he did something wrong. He would give detailed lies to avoid responsibility for wrongdoing. We know that the defendant lied to the police who arrived at the scene on August 20th, 1989. We know that he lied to Sergeant Edmonds on the early morning of August 21st, 1989. We know that he lied to Detective Zoller on September 17th, 1989. We know that he lied to family members. We know that he lied to newspaper reporters. We know that he lied to his Uncle Brian. And we know that he lied at his parents' memorial service. The defendant has lied throughout, and you know that he's lied in this case as well. You lied about the Big Five. You lied about the Billionaire Boys Club. And what we've presented is evidence of premeditation and deliberation, that the murder was committed with premeditation and deliberation. You know, a person would have to be pretty gullible without common sense to believe that this defendant honestly believed that he feared his parents under the circumstances presented in this case. I don't think that you lack common sense. The defense has brought in many experts. They brought in experts to talk about what the defendants were feeling at certain times. They brought Dr. Tyler in, Dr. Burgess, and then they brought in Dr. Vickery. Now, Dr. Vickery, you'll recall, testified that the defendant, for the first time in jail, this is in the fall of 1990, for the first time he could actually sleep because he didn't have his father there, that he felt safe. We know that he was on the street for 7 months. Was he not sleeping then, or was he sleeping okay then? But once he gets into jail, he's trying to tell this doctor, well, this is the first time I could sleep. Well, he had killed his father already, and he had been on the street and in his condominium in Marina City Club for 7 months before he was ever arrested. So that statement that, oh, this is the first time I could fall asleep, we know that's a lie. I'll go over a few things that counsel indicated. She told you that there was no evidence in this case that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had to pay back $60,000 to $70,000 to the victims in these burglaries. Mrs. Abramson stated that it was $12,000, and you can go through this transcript and see if you could ever find any testimony to that effect. You will find, however, at page 20,038, testimony given by Ed Fenno. And what that testimony is right here. The testimony that goes like this. I remember that he told me his dad had to pay for all the stuff, you know, they basically had to take everything back, and everything that wasn't taken back he had to pay for. Question, did he tell you how much money his father had to pay back? Something like $60,000 to $70,000, I thought I heard. Did Erik Menendez ever indicate to you whether or not his father was happy with him for having participated in this? I think he was unhappy, according to Ed Fenno. Mrs. Abramson said that there was nothing in this transcript that said that they had to pay back this money, but you see it right before your eyes. There was testimony by Ed Fenno to that effect. Mrs. Abramson also said that Carlos Peralt never said Jose loved his sons or wanted the best for his sons. I'm just going to give you a couple of these just to show you that in fact there was the testimony in this case. This is Carlos Peralt's testimony. Did you ever see any signs that Jose Menendez loved his sons? Absolutely. What signs were those, sir? His life pretty much was devoted to trying to educate their kids in a fashion that they thought was best possible. And I take it that you found some fault with some of these educational processes that Mr. Menendez engaged in. Yes, I did. But did it appear to you that he wanted the best for his sons? Absolutely. So although you could disagree with what control he had over his sons, as Mr. Peralt said, they were his sons, and even though that may not have been what he wanted for his own children, who is he to criticize? So there was, in fact, this love for his sons. I know the defense has tried to say that there was no love there, there was just control, but I think there's been a character assassination of the parents in this case, which was undeserved and well overdone. Now, with respect to Grant Walker, Mrs. Abramson really talked about Grant Walker and said that he just wanted his 10 minutes in the limelight, that he came in here and he lied. We know that he was in fact there. He worked on their heater. We know because we've talked to Mr. Bartek, who said that he sent him there. So there's no question that he was there, that he wasn't just someone that came out of the woodwork, and that he indicated that he even told his wife that he was a little bit upset at how these brothers were reacting to their parents. And he testified that he recalled that vividly because of what had happened that day. Oh, about the post-crime route. We had testimony about the post-crime travels of the defendants. And first, remember that Lyle Menendez testified, and he tried to say that they waited around at the house, and so to try to show that they really didn't premeditate anything, they were waiting because they thought the police would come, so they were waiting around. And he put too much time on it, apparently, because the week later, in fact, Mrs. Bazanich was cross-examining Lyle Menendez and basically said, well, you couldn't have done all that in that time frame. And what do you expect Erik Menendez to do when he comes to testify a week later? Is he going to use the same times? It just so happens that his times come right about the time limitations. He says, well, no, it wasn't 5 to 10 minutes, more like a couple minutes here. And no, it wasn't 10 minutes that we took to go to the theaters. It was a couple minutes. So he brought all his times down, but you expected him to do that. And the defense will say, well, why don't we go with Erik Menendez's times? Well, the defense had a week to work on that. It's not like you expected him to come in with the same times. You know that both brothers testified in this case, and the credibility of both of them is an issue for you. When counsel refers to the 1211 tape, and she says, well, there was a little word here, a little word there, and they were looking for cues. The defendants are not talking about little words here and there by their parents. They're talking about their own discussions. It didn't take a whole lot of discussion because they had discussed and they had decided preliminarily that they were going to kill their parents. So what they're referring to is discussion among themselves. We know from Lyle Menendez's testimony that during the 3.5 years that he's been in custody, he's been much of that time housed next to his brother. We know that the defendant, Erik Menendez, had phone privileges. He could certainly write to people, to witnesses. It's not like he's completely isolated from everybody. In fact, Dr. Vickery testified that when he would go to the jail, he'd see Erik Menendez on the phone a lot. Now, there's a lot of blame put on Dr. Oziel, and one part of that is the defense claims that Dr. Oziel is the one that put it in the defendant's heads that they were being controlled. But when you saw that chart come up here, and Mrs. Abramson looked at the chart, a lot of those people said that he was controlling, but yet it's only Dr. Oziel who put it in their heads that they were being controlled. We also know that there's talk about suicide, and the defense claims that it was Dr. Oziel who put that in the defendant's heads to say, well, it makes the murders a little bit more palatable because the mother was suicidal. Well, if you take a look at the transcript of the September 17th, 1989 tape, and you listen to that tape, the defendant himself states, and he tells the police this is his idea, not Dr. Oziel's idea. My mom was really nervous lately. She did write a note, which we found before. It indicated that she might be expected to die. Basically saying, you know, that we love you a lot, and there's a letter somewhere that if I die. So that was something that came from within Erik Menendez's brain. That's something that he told to Dr. Oziel. Yet the defense will say, no, it was Dr. Oziel's idea. That was his idea. You know, counsel said that witnesses make a lot of money, expert witnesses make a lot of money, the prosecution makes a fortune, she said. That probably got a lot of laughs for prosecutors and attorney generals across the state, that we're government attorneys. We're not attorneys who live in Hancock Park, as Mrs. Abramson told you. She lives in Hancock Park and drives.
He made a fortune. He said he was paid.
Counsel, you have to argue again. You already had your chance. Let's let the prosecution argue this time.
Thank you. It's you heard how the estate went, and Brian Anderson was the one who represented the estate, at least to the extent of his mother, and that they agreed to the payment from the victim's estate to pay for the defense. Now, Mrs. Abramson said that the maid was in this soundproof room and she couldn't hear anything. And when the maid came in to testify, Flor Surya, she said that she could hear the TV next door. She could hear the TV in the TV room from her room. But they want to say, no, you couldn't hear it. Well, you had the person who lived there, who slept there, who said she heard it. You heard Miss Abramson say that Lyle Menendez testified that he heard the yelling, the screaming, the commotion coming from the stairs near his house, the guest house. But if you look at Lyle Menendez's testimony, he says he hears this horrible yelling and screaming from the main house. Take a look at that testimony. It's from the main house, he says. In fact, testimony goes, and you were inside the guest house when you heard the screaming? I was somewhere in the guest house when I heard the screaming. Could you tell from which direction the screaming was coming? Yes. Where? It was coming from the main house. But counsel told you that Lyle Menendez didn't testify to that, which you can listen to his testimony, or actually, I don't know if the court reporter wants to read it all back, but it's available. Counsel also had a lot of bad things, derogatory things to say about Jamie Pisarcik. That she committed a theft. Here's a woman who works just about every day during the period of time, just before summer of 1989. She's working as a waitress. Lyle Menendez gives her permission to use the calling card of the business that Jose Menendez was involved in. She calls that a theft, even though Jamie Pisarcik has permission to use it. But when she refers to the residential burglary and the grand theft of this defendant, That's juvenile acting out. Here's a lady that's working every day at this restaurant, and she's guilty of theft, ladies and gentlemen, because she's using this credit card, this calling card, and it's after she had broken up with Lyle Menendez. She's a horrible person. We know that her testimony, and it's clear that she had testified. She wasn't sure that what time it was exactly. In fact, she testified during the trial that I'm not sure to be exact when it was that this conversation with Erik Menendez took place. And she said that she remembered, because she couldn't remember the precise time, she was asked whether she saw Lyle and Erik and the whole family there. And she said on cross-examination, Miss Lansing, as a matter of fact, Lyle and I did go to a play in Westwood. I do recall that. What did you see? We saw Hurly Burly. And where was that? At the Westwood Playhouse. Who went with you? Anybody? Just Lyle and I. So she's telling you, okay, I'm off on the date, but I know that I saw Hurly Burly during this period of time. Hurly Burly, through the stipulation we know, played from November until January of 1989, November of 1988 to January of 1989. We know that Flor Surya, the maid, testified that she had seen Jamie there at the house, and that would be the time frame, consistent with that time frame. And also we have Ed Fenno, who said that Lyle Menendez had visitors in the guest house. Jamie Pisarcik was one, and I believe Cole Kruger was the other. And we know that Ed Fenno was at the Beverly Hills house from October of 1988 until about February of 1989. So that's the time frame. So yeah, she was wrong about the spring of 1989, but she did recall this, and actually it's lucky that the defense cross-examined her on that, and she was able to remember that particular detail of it. With regard to Craig Signorelli. Now, the defense says that Craig Signorelli really goes to the special circumstance of lying in wait. That since Craig Signorelli saw or took a confession from the defendant on September 1st, where the defendant indicated that he was at the door with his brother and he looked inside and saw his mother and father on the couch, that shows there's a lying in wait. And she says, well, she says that he's a screenplay writer. Well, we know that he wrote screenplays with this defendant. We know this defendant is a screenplay writer. She calls Mr. Signorelli a troubled youth. And we know that Craig Signorelli talked about the Haymans, not by name, but by saying that the computer man was there with his pregnant wife on March 7th of 1990. The Haymans weren't even located until May 7th, 1990. With regard to that special circumstance, there were some questions asked of the defendant Erik Menendez in his direct examination. Did you ever tell Oziel in describing how the shooting occurred that you surprised your parents? He says, I doubt it. I don't know. Mrs. Abramson says, you doubt it? And Erik Menendez says, I may have. And Mrs. Abramson says, well, why would you have said that? I said we ran in on him, so I don't know. Dr. Oziel remembers that he said that he surprised his parents, that they planned this all out. They actually surprised their parents. And the crime scene photographs are consistent with that. Do you think that those parents had any time to do anything but to get up and scream, maybe, as this defendant and his brother entered into that room and started blasting them? I think the crime scene evidence showing Mr. Menendez seated with his legs crossed over, his head back, I think indicates that They were surprised. They didn't know what hit him. And in fact, Mr. Menendez has this big gaping hole in the back of his head, as though someone had come to the back of him and blasted him in the back of the head. We know that there's a wound on Mr. Menendez's left thigh that comes in on the inner thigh and goes out on the outer thigh. If you take a look at the crime scene photographs, it's consistent with someone being behind. So after or before shooting Mr. Menendez in the back of the head, there's another shot from that vantage point. Erik Menendez testified that he was always in front of the coffee table when he was doing his shooting, but we see that Mrs. Menendez had wounds on the bottom of her leg going upward in an upward direction to show that someone came around and was shooting her as she lay there. Craig Signorelli remembered about the pregnant wife, something that Casey Whalen didn't remember. Craig Signorelli testified that Lyle was to shoot the dad, and Erik indicated that he was supposed to shoot his mother. We know that Erik Menendez had to admit that he confessed to Craig Signorelli. He had to do that because there was this November 29th conversation, which the defendant didn't know was being taped, but which indicated that he had in fact made incriminating statements, because he said, surely you wouldn't have told the police what I told you. And now he wants to tell you, well, I didn't tell him certain things. I didn't trust him either. I didn't trust Oziel. I didn't trust Signorelli. Yet he tells him he kills his parents. Didn't tell either of them anything about any abuse, any honest belief in self-defense. Erik Menendez testifies at page 17,287 and 288 that he heard that Craig was telling people what he had told him. And he was mad at Craig for telling people something that he told him. We know that Erik Menendez claimed that this was the perfect murder to Dr. Oziel. And we know to Craig Signorelli, he says, I've known from the beginning, no clues, no one heard anything. The only way to find me is through the guns in San Diego. Serious hitmen. And as I've indicated, counsel tried to bring this up again, but there's no question that Erik Menendez came back on August 31st. There's no question about that. And if you take a look at Casey Whalen's testimony, he says at page 13,427 that he went to the house on September 1st, 1989 to pick up Erik Menendez. First he had to go to the house, then he went to the airport to pick up Erik. At page 13,428, he picked up Erik Menendez at the airport, then went back to the Beverly Hills house because Erik needed to pick up some things. He needed to get his messages and to meet somebody. Casey remembers a computer man but doesn't remember a wife there. I guess he was told that, well, there's a computer guy on that first. Casey didn't remember any woman there. Casey says that Erik Menendez kept his suitcase in Casey's car. They went upstairs, they came down, the guy met him at the foot of the stairs because someone had called them from Erik's upstairs bedroom and said, come on downstairs, there's someone here. Casey doesn't remember anyone else there. He says that the man was there about 45 minutes. And he says, that was the first entire day that I spent with Erik Menendez, was the day that I brought him home from the airport. And Casey says, I don't remember the second day. He said he didn't know where Erik Menendez was on some nights, and that Erik made no phone calls during that day. And we then have his sister and mother come in and testify to basically the same thing. His mother, Catherine Bulow Cohen, says the night that Casey picked up Erik from the airport, went to dinner, Erik was talking about the computer. Casey picked up Erik, and it was September 1st. and Eric slept there that first night, and she's sure it's September 1st. And Katie Whalen said, yeah, he came home, and it was the 1st. And the reason why they had to say it was the 1st is because the expert was there on the 1st, and Craig Signorelli was there on the 1st. And they wanted to say that, well, Craig Signorelli couldn't have been there because it was Casey Wayland. But we know that Mr. and Mrs. Heyman said, no, it was Craig Signorelli. Now, they don't know anybody in the case. They came in and testified as to what they saw that day. In fact, Craig Signorelli remembered the pregnant lady. Now, with respect to Antoinette Browers, Antoinette was one of the security guards for the Bel Air Patrol who was there. And she remembered one early morning having to go to Eric's room and knocking on the door and seeing Eric in the company of another male in the bedroom with their bathrobes on. And Mrs. Abramson says, well, we sent our defense investigator Early out there, and that's not what she told Investigator Early, and Early keeps her notes. And well, you know that we got some notes about Mrs. Valdry, a report about Mrs. Valdry. Remember Mrs. Valdry? She was the lady that got her pool serviced by Grant Walker on Saturdays. And she came in and she testified, and she was cross-examined. Well, didn't you tell our investigator this? She said, no. I mean, I didn't know when this man came to my house for the pool service, and it was 1987, and for the first 2 or 3 weeks, he came during the week, but after that, the chemicals were okay, and then he came on Saturdays. And I remember that. No, I didn't tell your investigator that, Mrs. Valdry said. Well, they then bring in this investigator, the Cindy Early, to say, oh no, she's lying. She was angry at us. And then when I finally got the report from her, read the report, and it says, this witness is cooperative. Well, who are they trying to fool? And now they want you to say, well, Early says that Ms. Browers doesn't know what she's talking about. Because of the claims that the defense makes now, I find it necessary to have to go over a few jury instructions with you. One is you'll be instructed with respect to motive. Motive is not an element of the crime charged and need not be shown. However, you may consider motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in this case. Presence of motive may tend to establish guilt. Absence of motive may tend to establish innocence. You will therefore give its presence or absence, as the case may be, the weight to which you find it to be entitled. So there's no requirement that we show motive in the case. Show that there was an intentional killing, a premeditated killing, and that's all that's necessary. However, we've shown you reasons why the defendants killed their parents. Reasons being the relationship between the parents that preceded this killing, the burglaries that had occurred, and how the parents were disappointed in their sons and were going to disinherit them and disown them. And they didn't want to get disowned. In fact, you see what kind of spree they go on after the killings. Do you think they had any financial motive in mind? We don't have to show that, but I think that you could infer that from their actions. That's not a requirement. They're not charged with murder in the course for financial gain, certainly. Now, the defense claims that Erik Menendez is not the one who shot the parents, that gave the parents the coup de grace, so to speak. That Lyle is the one. Lyle is the bad brother. He is the one that shot his brother, or shot the father in the back of the head with a contact wound. He's the one that put the gun up to the cheek. So, well, Erik's not the killer then. There are two instructions with respect to that issue, and one is with respect to principles. The persons charged or concerned in the commission of a crime who are regarded by law as principals in the crime thus committed and equally guilty thereof include 1. Those who directly and actively commit the act constituting the crime, or those who aid and abet the commission of the crime. Aiding and abetting defined goes as follows. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime when he, with knowledge of the unlawful purpose of the perpetrator and with the intent or purpose of committing, encouraging, or facilitating the commission of the crime by act or advice, aids, promotes, encourages, or instigates the commission of the crime, that person is guilty as a aider and abetter. The defendant didn't have to be the one to administer the fatal gunshot to either parent. He was a principal and an aider and abetter, and his responsibility extends to what Lyle Menendez does. Oh, okay. As I was indicating, the defense has brought in a lot of experts. They brought in the psychotherapists, Tyler and Burgess, Vickery. And I think this is an interesting thing here. This has to do with the relationship between the defendant and his parents. And he's being asked certain things about what his motivation was. And now, did your mother and father, after you did the burglaries, did they see to it that you got some psychological assistance? There was an objection by Mrs. Abramson, which is overruled. The witness then said, we went to see Dr. Elzeel because my attorney told me that in order to get the best possible verdict from the juvenile court, that I went to, going into an attorney would play a large role. Now, next page goes like this. The court says, going to who? You said you're going to an attorney? Erik Menendez says, no, I'm sorry, going to see Dr. Elzeel or a therapist would be important to the court. So, what we have here is if it's a residential burglary, all you need is one psychotherapist to get you the best possible verdict from the court. But if you do a murder, you better bring in 3. And that's what they did. They brought in 3 to try to dazzle you so that you'll find them guilty of manslaughter rather than murder. I'm going to ask you to base your decision in this case on common sense and base it on the evidence that's presented. And as I've indicated, you may think that the defendants had a childhood that wasn't the best childhood, that the parents could have been better, they could have been nicer to them, but that is not a consideration for you. You don't feel sympathy for the defendant. You'll be instructed about that. That comes in another phase of the trial. The defense, Mrs. Abramson tried to say that since the defendant felt remorse, he was having actually guilty conscience. He was actually seeing himself killing his parents in his own mind's eye. He saw the blasts. Who wouldn't have some kind of nightmare about that? You went in there and blasted your parents to bits. So he had nightmares, just like Macbeth had nightmares, but it didn't make Macbeth a manslaughter rather than a murderer.
He went in there and did the crime the way he did it. We can go to the prisons of this state and ask murderers, well, how do you feel now? You feel a little, have you had some nightmares about this? And you know, some of them may say, yeah. We don't say, okay, well, we're going to change it from murder to manslaughter. We don't do that. So I'm going to ask you to use your common sense, not use any sympathy, not to use any thoughts that, well, he had remorse. That shouldn't come into play in this case, at least at this portion of the trial. And I ask you to find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as to Jose Menendez and first-degree murder as to Mary Louise Menendez, and to find him guilty of the conspiracy to commit the murder, that there was this agreement, that the multiple murder allegation is true, and that the lying in wait, where they purchase these guns, they wait around, they wait for the opportune time to act, they wait till the maid's gone, they wait till their parents are in a vulnerable position, and they surprise them, and they burst in there, and they kill their parents. That's lying in wait. So I ask you to find the defendants guilty as charged. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And what we'll do is take a recess, ladies and gentlemen, after which I will instruct you on the law. Again, it's still too early for you to talk about the case. You can't do it until the jury is actually in its deliberations in the jury room. Don't discuss it with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. And we'll resume at 10 minutes to the hour, at which time I will instruct the juries. We'll see you back here at 10 minutes to. And at this point, I will be reading you the instructions, ladies and gentlemen, on the legal rules that govern your deliberations. It'll take a little over an hour for me to do this if things run true to form. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard all of the evidence and the arguments of the attorneys, and now it is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. The law requires that I read these instructions to you, and you'll also have the instructions in their written form in the jury room to refer to during your deliberations. You must base your decision on the facts and the law. You have two duties to perform. First, you must determine the facts from the evidence received in the trial and not from any other source. A fact is something directly or circumstantially proved by the evidence or by stipulation. A stipulation is an agreement between the attorneys regarding the facts. Second, you must apply the law that I state to you to the facts as you determine them, and in this way arrive at your verdict and any finding you are instructed to include in your verdict. You must accept and follow the law as I state it to you, whether or not you agree with the law. If anything concerning the law said by the attorneys in their arguments or at any other time during the trial conflicts with my instructions on the law, you must follow my instructions. You must not be influenced by pity for a defendant or by prejudice against him. You must not be biased against the defendant because he has been arrested for this offense, charged with a crime, or brought to trial. None of these circumstances is evidence of guilt, and you must not infer or assume from any or all of them that he is more likely to be guilty than innocent. You must not be influenced by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feeling. Both the people and the defendant have a right to expect that you will conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence, apply the law, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. If any rule, direction, or idea is repeated or stated in different ways in these instructions, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw any inference because of its repetition. Do not single out any particular sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others. Consider the instructions as a whole, and each in light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Statements made by the attorneys during the trial are not evidence, although if the attorneys have stipulated or agreed to a fact, you must regard that fact as conclusively proved as to the party or parties making the stipulation. If an objection was sustained to a question, do not guess what the answer might have been. Do not speculate as to the reason for the objection. Do not assume to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it enables you to understand the answer. Do not consider for any purpose any offer of evidence that was rejected or any evidence that was stricken by the court. Treat it as though you had never heard of it. You must decide all questions of fact in this case from the evidence received in this trial and not from any other source. You must not make any independent investigation of the facts or the law, or consider or discuss facts as to which there is no evidence. This means, for example, and this is something that I want to bring home to you at this point, you must not on your own visit the scene, conduct experiments, or consult reference works or persons for additional information. You must not discuss this case with any other person except a fellow juror, and you must not discuss the case with a fellow juror until the case is submitted to you for your decision, and only when all the jurors are present in the jury room. There was a question asked in a written question regarding the alternates, and I'll be discussing that later with you, but the answer to the question is that during the deliberations, the alternate jurors do not go into the jury room. They are elsewhere, and you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else during the course of the time the other jurors are deliberating. You cannot discuss it, and the reason for that is obvious. Might be that you will eventually replace one of the other jurors, and at that point you have to be in the same condition and situation as you are right now, having not discussed it with anyone and having not participated in any of the deliberations, so that when you go into the jury room you can start fresh and deliberations would start all over again. Evidence consists of testimony of witnesses, writings, material objects, or anything presented to the senses and offered to prove the existence or non-existence of a fact. Evidence is either direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is evidence that directly proves a fact without the necessity of an inference. It is evidence which by itself, if found to be true, establishes that fact. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that, if found to be true, proves a fact from which an inference of the existence of another fact may be drawn. An inference is a deduction of fact that may logically and reasonably be drawn from another fact or group of facts established by the evidence. It is not necessary that facts be proved by direct evidence. They may be proved also by circumstantial evidence or by a combination of direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Both direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are acceptable as a means of proof. Neither is entitled to any greater weight than the other. However, a finding of guilt as to any crime may not be based on circumstantial evidence unless the proved circumstances are not only, one, consistent with the theory that the defendant is guilty of the crime, but two, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Further, each fact which is essential to complete a set of circumstances necessary to establish the defendant's guilt must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, before an inference essential to establish guilt may be found to have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, each fact or circumstance upon which such inference necessarily rests must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Also, if the circumstantial evidence as to a particular count is susceptible of two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the defendant's guilt and the other to his innocence, you must adopt that interpretation which points to the defendant's innocence and reject that interpretation which points to his guilt. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of such evidence appears to you to be reasonable and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. The specific intent or mental state with which an act is done may be shown by the circumstances surrounding the commission of the act. However, you may not find the defendant guilty of the crime charged in counts 1, 2, and 3, or the crime of voluntary manslaughter, which is a lesser crime, unless the proved circumstances are not only, 1, consistent with a theory that the defendant had the required specific intent or mental state, but 2, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Also, if the evidence as to any such specific intent or mental state is susceptible of 2 reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the existence of the specific intent or mental state, and the other to the absence of the specific intent or mental state, you must adopt that interpretation which points to the absence of the specific intent or mental state. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of the evidence as to such specific intent or mental state appears to you to be reasonable, and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. If you find that before this trial the defendant made a willfully false or deliberately misleading statement concerning the crimes for which he is now being tried, you may consider such statement as a circumstance tending to prove a consciousness of guilt. However, such conduct is not sufficient by itself to prove guilt, and its weight and significance, if any, are matters for your determination. If you find that the defendant attempted to suppress evidence against himself in any manner, such as by destroying evidence or by concealing evidence, such attempt may be considered by you as a circumstance tending to show a consciousness of guilt. However, such conduct is not sufficient by itself to prove guilt, and its weight and significance, if any, are matters for your consideration. Certain evidence was admitted for a limited purpose. At the time this evidence was admitted, you were admonished that it could not be considered by you for any other purpose other than the limited purpose for which it was admitted. Do not consider such evidence for any purpose except the limited purpose for which it was admitted. Neither side is required to call as witnesses all persons who may have been present at any of the events disclosed by the evidence, or who may appear to have some knowledge of these events, or to produce all objects or documents mentioned or suggested by the evidence. The evidence that on some former occasion a witness made a statement or statements that were inconsistent or consistent with his or her testimony in this trial may be considered by you not only for the purpose of testing the credibility of the witness, but also as evidence of the truth of the facts as stated by the witness on such former occasion. If you disbelieve a witness's testimony that he or she no longer remembers a certain event, such testimony is inconsistent with a prior statement or statements made by him or her regarding that event. Every person who testifies under oath is a witness. You are the sole judges of the believability of a witness and the weight to be given the testimony of each witness. In determining the believability of a witness, you may consider anything that has a tendency and reason to prove or disprove the truthfulness of the testimony of the witness, including but not limited to any of the following: the extent of the opportunity or the ability of the witness to see or hear or otherwise become aware of any matter about which the witness has testified, the ability of the witness to remember or to communicate any matter about which the witness has testified, the character and quality of that testimony, the demeanor and manner of the witness while testifying, the existence or non-existence of a bias, interest, or other motive, evidence of the existence or non-existence of any fact testified to by the witness, the attitude of the witness toward this action or toward the giving of testimony, a statement previously made by the witness that is consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of the witness, the character of the witness for honesty or truthfulness or their opposites, an admission by the witness of untruthfulness, past criminal conduct of a witness. Discrepancies in a witness's testimony or between his or her testimony and that of others, if there were any, do not necessarily mean that a witness should be discredited. Failure of recollection is a common experience, and innocent misrecollection is not uncommon. It is a fact also that two persons witnessing an incident or a transaction often will see or hear it differently. Whether a discrepancy pertains to a fact of importance or only to a trivial detail should be considered in weighing its significance. A witness who is willfully false in one material part of his or her testimony is to be distrusted in others. You may reject the whole testimony of a witness who willfully has testified falsely as to a material point, unless from all of the evidence you believe the probability of truth favors his or her testimony in other particulars. You are not bound to decide an issue of fact in accordance with the testimony of a number of witnesses, which does not convince you, as against the testimony of a lesser number or other evidence which appeals to your mind with more convincing force. You may not disregard the testimony of the greater number of witnesses merely from caprice, whim, or prejudice, or from a desire to favor one side against the other. You must not decide an issue by the simple process of counting the number of witnesses who have testified on the opposing sides. The final test is not in the relative number of witnesses, but in the convincing force of the evidence. Evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing that a witness, L. Jerome Oziel, engaged in past criminal conduct. Such evidence may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining the believability of that witness. The fact that the witness engaged in past criminal conduct, if it is established, does not necessarily destroy or impair a witness's believability. It is one of the circumstances that you may take into consideration in weighing the testimony of such witness. Evidence of the character of a witness for honesty or truthfulness or their opposites may be considered in determining his or her believability. You should give the testimony of a single witness whatever weight you think it deserves. However, testimony by one witness which you believe concerning any fact is sufficient for the proof of that fact. You should carefully review all the evidence upon which the proof of such fact depends. Evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant committed a crime other than that for which he is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, was not received and may not be considered by you to prove that the defendant is a person of bad character or that he has a disposition to commit crimes. Such evidence was received and may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of determining if it tends to show why Erik Menendez was sent to Dr. Oziel and the relationship between Erik Menendez and his parents. For the limited purpose for which you may consider such evidence, you must weigh it in the same manner as you do all other evidence in the case. You are not permitted to consider such evidence for any other purpose. Motive is not an element of the crime charged and need not be shown. However, you may consider motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in this case. Presence of motive may tend to establish guilt. Absence of motive may tend to establish innocence. You will therefore give its presence or absence, as the case may be, the weight to which you find it to be entitled. A confession is a statement made by a defendant other than at his trial in which he has acknowledged his guilt of the crimes for which such defendant is on trial. In order to constitute a confession, such a statement must acknowledge participation in the crimes as well as the required criminal intent or mental state. An admission is a statement made by the defendant other than at his trial, which does not by itself acknowledge his guilt of the crimes for which such defendant is on trial, but which statement tends to prove his guilt when considered with the rest of the evidence. You are the exclusive judges as to whether the defendant made a confession or an admission, and if so, whether such statement is true in whole or in part. If you should find that the defendant did not make the statement, you must reject it. If you find that it is true in whole or in part, you may consider that part which you find to be true. Evidence of an oral confession or oral admission of the defendant should be viewed with caution. If you should find that the defendant, strike that, let me start this one over again. If you should find from the evidence that there was an occasion when the defendant, 1, under conditions which reasonably afforded him an opportunity to reply, 2, failed to make a denial or made false, evasive, or contradictory statements in the face of an accusation, expressed directly to him in his presence, charging him with the crime for which such defendant now is on trial, or tending to connect him with its commission. And 3, that he heard the accusation and understood its nature, then the circumstance of his silence and conduct on that occasion may be considered against him as indicating an admission that the accusation thus made was true. Evidence of such an accusatory statement is not received for the purpose of proving its truth, but only as it supplies meaning to the silence and conduct of the accused in the face of it. Unless you find that the defendant's silence and conduct at the time indicated an admission that the accusatory statement was true, you must entirely disregard the statement. No person may be convicted of a criminal offense unless there is some proof of each element of the crime independent of any confession or admission made by him outside of this trial. The identity of the person who is alleged to have committed the crime is not an element of the crime, nor is the degree of the crime. Such identity or degree of the crime may be established by a confession or an admission. A person is qualified to testify as an expert if he or she has special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education sufficient to qualify him or her as an expert on the subject to which his or her testimony relates. A duly qualified expert may give an opinion on questions in controversy at a trial. To assist you in deciding such questions, you may consider the opinion with the reasons given for it, if any, by the expert who gives the opinion. You may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. You are not bound to accept an expert opinion as conclusive, but should give to it the weight to which you find it to be entitled. You may disregard any such opinion if you find it to be unreasonable. In determining the weight to be given to an opinion expressed by any witness who did not testify as an expert witness, you should consider his or her credibility, the extent of his or her opportunity to perceive the matters upon which his or her opinion is based, and the reasons, if any, given for it. You are not required to accept such an opinion, but should give it the weight, if any, to which you find it to be entitled. In examining an expert witness, counsel may propound to him or her a type of question known in the law as a hypothetical question. By such a question, the witness is asked to assume to be true a set of facts and to give an opinion based on that assumption. In permitting such a question, the court does not rule and does not necessarily find that all the assumed facts have been proved. It only determines that those assumed facts are within the probable or possible range of the evidence. It is for you, the jury, to find from all the evidence whether or not the facts assumed in a hypothetical question have been proved. If you should find that any assumption in such a question has not been proved, you are to determine the effect of that failure of proof on the value and weight of the expert opinion based on the assumed facts. A defendant in a criminal action is presumed to be innocent until the contrary is proved, and in case of a reasonable doubt whether his guilt is satisfactorily shown, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. This presumption places upon the people the burden of proving him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is defined as follows. It is not a mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs and depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. It is that state of the case which, after the entire comparison and consideration of all of the evidence, leaves the minds of the jurors in that condition that they cannot say they feel an abiding conviction to a moral certainty of the truth of the charge. The persons concerned in the commission of a crime who are regarded by law as principals in the crime thus committed and equally guilty thereof include 1. Those who directly and actively commit the act constituting the crime, or 2. Those who aid and abet the commission of the crime. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime when he or she, 1. with knowledge of the unlawful purpose of the perpetrator, and 2. with the intent or purpose of committing, encouraging, or facilitating the commission of the crime by act or advice, aids promotes, encourages, or instigates the commission of the crime. A person who aids and abets the commission of the crime need not be personally present at the scene of the crime. Mere presence at the scene of the crime, which does not itself assist the commission of the crime, does not amount to aiding and abetting. Mere knowledge that a crime is being committed and the failure to prevent it does not amount to aiding and abetting. In the crimes and allegations charged in counts 1, 2, and 3, and the lesser crime of voluntary manslaughter, there must exist a union or joint operation of act or conduct and a certain specific intent in the mind of the perpetrator. Unless such specific intent exists, the crime or allegation to which it relates is not committed. The specific intent required is included in the definitions of the crimes or allegations set forth elsewhere in these instructions. In the crimes charged in counts 1 and 2, namely murder, there must exist a union or joint operation of act or conduct and a certain mental state in the mind of the perpetrator. Unless such mental state exists, the crime to which it relates is not committed. The mental state required is included in the definitions of the crime set forth elsewhere in these instructions. In the crime of involuntary manslaughter, which is a lesser crime to that charged in counts 1 and 2, there must exist a union or joint operation of act or conduct and general criminal intent. To constitute general criminal intent, it is not necessary that there should exist an intent to violate the law. When a person intentionally does that which the law declares to be a crime, he is acting with general criminal intent, even though he may not know that his act or conduct is unlawful. When, as in this case, it is alleged that the crime charged was committed on or about a certain date, if the jury finds that the crime was committed, it is not necessary that the proof show that it was committed on that precise date. It is sufficient if the proof shows that the crime was committed on or about that date. Homicide is the unlawful, homicide is the killing of one human being by another, either lawfully or unlawfully. Homicide includes murder and manslaughter, which are unlawful. The defendant is accused in counts 1 and 2 of the indictment of having committed the crime of murder, a violation of Penal Code Section 187. Every person who unlawfully kills a human being with malice aforethought is guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Section 187 of the Penal Code. In order to prove such crime, each of the following elements must be proved. 1. A human being was killed. 2. The killing was unlawful. And 3. The killing was done with malice aforethought. Malice may be either express or implied. Malice is express when there is manifested an intention unlawfully to kill a human being. Malice is implied when 1. The killing resulted from an intentional act. 2. The natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life. And 3. The act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with conscious disregard for human life. When it is shown that a killing resulted from the intentional doing of an act with express or implied malice, no other mental state need be shown to establish the mental state of malice aforethought. The mental state constituting malice aforethought does not necessarily require any ill will or hatred of the person killed. The word aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of considerable time. It only means that the required mental state must precede rather than follow the act. All murder which is perpetrated by any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing with express malice aforethought is murder of the first degree. The word willful as used in this instruction means intentional. The word deliberate means formed or arrived at or determined upon as a result of careful thought and weighing of the considerations for and against the proposed course of action. The word premeditated means considered beforehand. If you find that the killing was preceded and accompanied by a clear, deliberate intent on the part of the defendant to kill, which was the result of deliberation and premeditation, so that it must have been formed upon pre-existing reflection and not under a sudden heat of passion or other condition precluding the idea of deliberation, it is murder of the first degree. The law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of the period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with different individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it include an intent to kill, is not such deliberation and premeditation as will fix an unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. To constitute a deliberate and premeditated killing, the slayer must weigh and consider the question of killing and the reasons for and against such a choice, and having in mind the consequences, he decides to and does kill. Murder of the second degree is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought when there is manifested an intention unlawfully to kill a human being, but the evidence is insufficient to establish deliberation and premeditation. Murder of the second degree is also the unlawful killing of a human being when the killing resulted from an intentional act, the natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life, and the act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with conscious disregard for human life. When the killing is the direct result of such an act, it is not necessary to establish that the defendant intended that his act would result in the death of a human being. The crime of manslaughter is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice aforethought. It is not divided into degrees, but is of two kinds, namely voluntary manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. Every person who unlawfully kills another human being without malice aforethought, but with an intent to kill, is guilty of voluntary manslaughter in violation of Section 192A of the Penal Code. There is no malice aforethought if the killing occurred upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion, or in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend oneself against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. In order to prove such crime, each of the following elements must be proved. 1, the human being was killed. 2, the killing was unlawful. And 3, the killing was done with the intent to kill. To reduce an intentional felonious homicide from the offense of murder to manslaughter upon the ground of sudden quarrel or heat of passion, the provocation must be of such character and degree as naturally would excite and arouse such passion, and the assailant must act under the influence of that sudden quarrel or heat of passion. The heat of passion which will reduce a homicide to manslaughter must be such a passion as naturally would be aroused in the mind of an ordinarily reasonable person in the same circumstances. A defendant is not permitted to set up his own standard of conduct and to justify or excuse himself because his passions were aroused unless the circumstances in which the defendant was placed and the facts that confronted him were such as also would have aroused the passion of the ordinarily reasonable person faced with the same situation. Legally adequate provocation may occur in a short or over a considerable period of time. The question to be answered is whether or not, at the time of the killing, the reason of the accused was obscured or disturbed by passion to such an extent as would cause the ordinarily reasonable person of average disposition to act rashly and without deliberation and reflection, and from such passion rather than from judgment. If there was provocation, whether of short or long duration, but of a nature not normally sufficient to arouse passion, or if sufficient time elapsed between the provocation and the fatal blow for passion to subside and reason to return, and if an unlawful killing of a human being followed such provocation and had all the elements of murder as I have defined it, the mere fact of slight or remote provocation will not reduce the offense to manslaughter. A defendant may act in the heat of passion at the time of a killing as a result of a series of events which occur over a considerable period of time. To reduce a killing upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion from murder to manslaughter, the killing must have occurred while the slayer was acting under the direct and immediate influence of such quarrel or heat of passion. Where the influence of the sudden quarrel or heat of passion has ceased to obscure the mind of the accused and sufficient time has elapsed for angry passion to end and for reason to control his conduct, it will no longer reduce an intentional killing to manslaughter. The question as to whether the cooling period has elapsed and reason has returned is not measured by the standard of the accused, but the duration of the cooling period is the time it would take the average or ordinarily reasonable person to have cooled such passion and for that person's reason to have returned. Neither fear, revenge, nor the emotion induced by an accompanying or following an intent to commit a felony, nor any or all of these emotions or emotional states in and of themselves constitute the heat of passion referred to in the law of manslaughter. Any or all of such emotions may be involved in a heat of passion that causes judgment to give way to impulse and rashness. Also, any one or more of them may exist in the mind of a person who acts deliberately and from choice, whether such choice is reasonable or unreasonable. The passion necessary to constitute heat of passion need not mean rage or anger, but may be any emotion, including fear, which causes a person to act rashly and without deliberation and reflection. No specific type of provocation is required to generate the passion necessary to constitute heat of passion, and verbal provocation may be sufficient. A person who kills another person in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, or the commission of a forcible and atrocious crime, kills unlawfully but does not harbor malice aforethought and is not guilty of murder. This would be so even though a reasonable person in the same situation, seeing and knowing the same facts, would not have had the same belief. Such an honest but unreasonable belief is not a defense to the crime of voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. Forcible sodomy is a forcible and atrocious crime. One who has received threats against his life or person made by another is justified in acting more quickly and taking harsher measures for his own protection in the event of an assault, either actual or threatened, than would be a person who had not received such threats. If in this case you believe that one or both of the deceased made prior threats against the defendant, and that the defendant, because of such threats, feared greater peril in the event of an altercation with one or both of them, you are to consider such facts in determining whether the defendant acted in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, or a forcible and atrocious crime. Evidence has been received which may tend to show that the decedents engaged in acts of violence and abuse on occasions prior to August 20, 1989. Such evidence may be considered in deciding whether the defendant had an honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, or the commission of a forcible and atrocious crime. Every person who unlawfully kills a human being without malice aforethought and without an intent to kill is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter in violation of Penal Code Section 192B. In order to prove such crime, each of the following elements must be proved. 1, a human being was killed, and 2, the killing was unlawful. A killing was unlawful within the meaning of this instruction if it occurred in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. The distinction between murder and manslaughter is that murder requires malice while manslaughter does not. When the act constituting the death, though unlawful, is done in the heat of passion or is excited by a sudden quarrel, such as amounts to adequate provocation, or in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, the offense is manslaughter. In such a case, even if an intent to kill exists, the law is that malice, which is an essential element of murder, is absent. To establish that a killing is murder and not manslaughter, the burden is on the people to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements of murder, and that the act which caused the death was not done in the heat of passion or upon a sudden quarrel or in the honest, even though unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. Murder is classified into 2 degrees, and if you should find the defendant guilty of murder, you must determine and state in your verdict whether you find the murder to be of the 1st or 2nd degree. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether such murder was of the 1st or 2nd degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of that doubt and return a verdict fixing the murder as of the 2nd degree. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the killing was unlawful, but you have a reasonable doubt whether the crime is murder or manslaughter, you must give the defendant the benefit of such doubt and find it to be manslaughter rather than murder. If the evidence establishes that there was provocation which played a part in inducing an unlawful killing of a human being, but the provocation was not sufficient to reduce the homicide to manslaughter, you should consider the provocation for such bearing as it may have on whether the defendant killed with or without deliberation and premeditation. Before you may return a verdict in this case, you must agree unanimously not only as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, but also, if you should find him guilty of an unlawful killing, you must agree unanimously as to whether he is guilty of murder of the 1st degree, or murder of the 2nd degree, or voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. If you find that the defendant in this case is guilty of murder of the 1st degree, you must then determine if one or more of the following special circumstances are true or not true: murder while lying in wait and multiple murder convictions. The prosecution has the burden of proving the truth of a special circumstance. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether a special circumstance is true, you must find it to be not true. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was either the actual killer, a co-conspirator, or an aider or abettor, but you are unable to decide which, then you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant with the intent to kill participated as a co-conspirator with or aided and abetted an actor in commission of the murder in the 1st degree in order to find the special circumstance to be true. You must decide separately each special circumstance alleged in this case. If you cannot agree as to all of the special circumstances, but you can agree as to one, you must make your finding as to the one upon which you do agree. In order to find a special circumstance alleged in this case to be true or untrue, you must agree unanimously. You will state your finding as to whether a special circumstance is true or not true on the form that will be supplied. To find the special circumstance referred to in these instructions as multiple murder convictions is true, it must be proved that the defendant has, in this case, been convicted of at least one crime of murder of the 1st degree and one or more crimes of murder of the 1st or 2nd degree. To find that the special circumstance referred to in these instructions as murder while lying in wait is true, each of the following facts must be proved. 1. The defendant intentionally killed the victim, and 2. The murder was committed while the defendant was lying in wait. The term while lying in wait, within the meaning of the law of special circumstances, is defined as a waiting and watching for an opportune time to act, together with a concealment by ambush or by some other secret design, to take the other person by surprise, even though the victim is aware of the murderer's presence. The lying in wait need not continue for any particular period of time, provided that its duration is such as to show a state of mind equivalent to premeditation or deliberation. Thus, for a killing to be perpetrated while lying in wait, both the concealment and watchful waiting as well as the killing must occur during the same time period or in an uninterrupted attack commencing no later than the moment concealment ends. If there is a clear interruption separating the period of lying in wait from the period during which the killing takes place, so that there is neither an immediate killing nor a continuous flow of an uninterrupted lethal events, the special circumstance is not proved. A mere concealment of purpose is not sufficient to meet the requirement of concealment set forth in this special circumstance. However, when a defendant intentionally murders another person, under circumstances which include 1, a concealment of purpose, 2, a substantial period of watching and waiting for an opportune time to act, and 3, immediately thereafter a surprise attack on an unsuspecting victim from a position of advantage, the special circumstance of murder while lying in wait has been established. If the murder is done suddenly without a period of waiting, watching, and concealment, the special circumstance of lying in wait is not present. You are not permitted to find a special circumstance alleged in this case to be true based on circumstantial evidence unless the proved circumstance is not only 1, consistent with the theory that the special circumstance is true, but 2, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Further, each fact which is essential to complete a set of circumstances necessary to establish the truth of a special circumstance must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, before an inference essential to establish a special circumstance may be found to have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, each fact or circumstance upon which such inference necessarily rests must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Also, if the circumstantial evidence is susceptible of 2 reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the truth of a special circumstance and the other to its untruth, you must adopt the interpretation which points to its untruth and reject the interpretation which points to its truth. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of such evidence appears to you to be reasonable and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. The specific intent or mental state with which an act is done may be shown by the circumstances surrounding its commission, but you may not find a special circumstance alleged in this case to be true unless the proved surrounding circumstances are not only 1, consistent with the theory the defendant had the required specific intent or mental state, but 2, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Also, if the evidence as to any such specific intent or mental state is susceptible of 2 reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the existence of the specific intent or mental state, and the other to the absence of the specific intent or mental state, you must adopt that interpretation which points to the absence of the specific intent or mental state. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of the evidence as to such specific intent or mental state appears to you to be reasonable, and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. In your deliberations, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. That is a matter which must not in any way affect your verdict or affect your finding as to the special circumstances alleged in this case. A conspiracy is an agreement entered into between 2 or more persons with the specific intent to agree to commit the public offense of murder or voluntary manslaughter, and with the further specific intent to commit such offense, followed by an overt act committed in this state by 1 or more of the parties for the purpose of accomplishing the object of the agreement. Conspiracy is a crime. In order to find a defendant guilty of conspiracy, in addition to proof of the unlawful agreement and specific intent, there must be proof of the commission of at least one of the overt acts alleged in the indictment. It is not necessary to the guilt of any particular defendant that the defendant personally committed the overt act if he was one of the conspirators when such an overt act was committed. The term overt act means any step taken or act committed by one or more of the conspirators which goes beyond mere planning or agreement to commit such a public offense, and which step or act is done in furtherance of the accomplishment of the object of the conspiracy. To be an overt act, the step taken or act committed need not in and of itself constitute the crime or even an attempt to commit the crime, which is the ultimate object of the conspiracy. Nor is it required that such step or act in and of itself be a criminal or an unlawful act. The formation and existence of a conspiracy may be inferred from all the circumstances tending to show the common intent, and may be proved in the same way as any other fact may be proved, either by direct testimony of the fact or by circumstantial evidence or by both direct and circumstantial evidence. It is not necessary to show a meeting of the alleged conspirators or the making of an express or formal agreement. Evidence that a person was in the company of or associated with one or more other persons alleged or proved to have been members of a conspiracy is not in itself sufficient to prove that such person was a member of the alleged conspiracy. The act or declaration of a person who is not a member of a conspiracy is not binding upon the members of the conspiracy, even if the act or declaration tended to promote the object of the conspiracy. Evidence of the commission of an act which furthered the purpose of an alleged conspiracy is not in itself sufficient to prove that the person committing the act was a member of such a conspiracy. No act or declaration of a conspirator committed or made after the conspiracy has been terminated is binding upon co-conspirators, and they are not criminally liable for any such act. The fact that a killing was planned in advance, whether individually or in concert, does not prove that the planner acted with malice or with premeditation and deliberation. If, as a result of heat of passion or sudden quarrel, or an actual but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, or a forcible and atrocious crime, a man kills without malice, he commits manslaughter. It necessarily follows that if this same man, under those same circumstances, conspires to kill, he conspires to commit manslaughter. In this case, the defendant is charged in count 3 with conspiracy to commit the following public crimes: murder of Jose Menendez and Mary Louise Menendez. It is alleged that the following overt acts were committed in this state by one or more of the defendants for the purpose of furthering the object of the conspiracy. Overt act number 1. On August 18, 1989, the defendants purchased 2 Mossberg shotguns in San Diego. Overt act number 2. On or about August 20, 1989, the defendants acquired shotgun ammunition. Overt act number 3. On August 20, 1989, Lyle Menendez contacted his friend Perry Berman by telephone to arrange a meeting later that night to serve as an alibi. Evidence of a statement made by one alleged conspirator other than at his trial shall not be considered by you as against another alleged conspirator unless you determine, 1, that from other independent evidence that at the time the statement was made, a conspiracy to commit a crime existed. 2, that the statement was made while the person making the statement was participating in the conspiracy, and that the person against whom it was offered was participating in the conspiracy before and during that time. And 3, that such statement was made in furtherance of the objective of the conspiracy. The word statement as used in this instruction includes any oral or written verbal expression or the nonverbal conduct of a person intended by that person as a substitute for oral or written verbal expression. The defendant is charged in count 3 with conspiracy to commit the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187. and as a lesser included offense with conspiracy to commit manslaughter in violation of Penal Code Section 192. In order to find the defendant guilty of the crime of conspiracy, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant conspired to commit one or the other of said crimes, and you must also unanimously agree as to which particular crime he conspired to commit. If you find the defendant guilty of conspiracy, then you must include in your finding on the question as to which such alleged crime you unanimously agree the defendant conspired to commit. A form will be supplied for that purpose. Can I have the brief forms? Each count charges a distinct crime. You must decide each count separately. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any or all of the crimes charged. Your finding as to each count must be stated in a separate verdict. If you are not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you may nevertheless convict him of any lesser crime if you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of such lesser crime. The crime of second-degree murder is lesser to that charged in counts 1 and 2. The crime of voluntary manslaughter is lesser to that charged in counts 1 and 2. The crime of involuntary manslaughter is lesser to that charged in counts 1 and 2. The crime of conspiracy to commit murder in the second degree is lesser to that charged in count 3. The crime of conspiracy to commit voluntary manslaughter is lesser to that charged in count 3. Thus, you are to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the crime charged or of any lesser crimes. In doing so, you have discretion to choose the order in which you evaluate each crime and consider the evidence pertaining to it. You may find it productive to consider and reach tentative conclusions on all charges and lesser crimes before reaching any final verdicts. However, the court cannot accept a guilty verdict on a lesser crime unless you have unanimously found the defendant not guilty of the charged or greater crime. I have not intended by anything I have said or done, or by any question that I may have asked, or by any ruling I may have made, to intimate or suggest what you should find to be the facts, or that I believe or disbelieve any witness. If anything I have done or said has seemed to so indicate, you will disregard it and form your own conclusion. The purpose of the court's instructions is to provide you with the applicable law so that you may arrive at a just and lawful verdict. Whether some instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. Disregard any instruction which applies to facts determined by you not to exist. Do not conclude that because an instruction has been given that I am expressing an opinion as to the facts. The people and the defendant are entitled to the individual opinion of each juror. Each of you must consider the evidence for the purpose of reaching a verdict if you can do so. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but should do so only after discussing the evidence and instructions with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced it is wrong. However, do not decide any question in a particular way because a majority of the jurors or any of them favors such a decision. Do not decide any issue in this case by chance, such as the drawing of lots, or by any other chance determination. The attitude and conduct of jurors at all times are very important. It is rarely helpful for a juror at the beginning of deliberations to express an emphatic opinion on the case or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. When one does that at the outset, a sense of pride may be aroused, and one may hesitate to change a position, even if it is shown to be wrong. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates in this matter. You are impartial judges of the facts. The instructions which I am now reading to you will be given to you or be made available to you in the jury room in their written form during your deliberations. The original set of these instructions must not be altered or defaced in any way. You'll find that the instructions may be typed, printed, or handwritten. Portions may have been added or deleted. You must disregard any deleted part of an instruction and not speculate as to what it was or as to the reason for its deletion. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for any of the modifications. Every part of the text of an instruction, whether typed, printed, or handwritten, is of equal importance. You are to be governed only by the instruction in its final wording. Do not disclose to anyone outside the jury, not even to me or any member of my staff, either orally or in writing, how you are divided numerically in your balloting as to any issue until I specifically direct otherwise. Let me expand on that and say, do not disclose to anyone outside of the jury anything about what's going on during your deliberations, period. Whatever is going on during your deliberations stays in the jury room during the time you're deliberating. And only if I tell you otherwise will you make any disclosures, and you'll make them in a form I'll tell you about if and when I tell you to do so. But until then, you are to disclose nothing about your deliberations during the time you're deliberating. You've been given notebooks, and some of you have taken notes and some have not. Just leave your notebooks in the jury room at the end of the day. Notes are only an aid to memory and should not take precedence over independent recollection. A juror who has not taken notes should rely on his or her independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that other jurors have taken notes. Notes are for the note-taker's own personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence. Finally, should any discrepancy exist between a juror's recollection of the evidence and his or her notes, he or she may request that the reporter read back the relevant proceedings, and the trial transcript must prevail over the notes. Let me talk about readback of testimony for a moment here. It's been referred to during the argument of counsel. The lawyers have used various displays of transcripts, pages of the trial transcript. They've had them blown up and shown them to you. And you've seen throughout the trial, lawyers have had transcripts that they've been referring to, books such as this that have within them every word that's been said throughout the trial. The court reporter has taken down everything that has been said from every witness. Everything that you've seen in the court has been reported by the court reporter. You don't get these transcripts. The lawyers have them, I have them, but you don't get them. And what happens is, if you request that you want something read back from the testimony of a witness, the reporter will find that and read it back to you. Because we have a transcript such as this, you might very well read it from one of these books. But the rule is we can't give it to you because there's a lot of material in here that's extraneous and things that did not occur while you were in the courtroom or things of that nature. So what happens is that the court reporter would, whether it be here in the courtroom or in the jury room, depending on how we work it out, the court reporter would read back question, answer of whatever it is that you requested. If you do make a request for testimony to be read back, it should be done in one of those forms, written forms that we'll give the jury to fill out during your deliberations when you have requests to be made of the court. It is helpful if you can isolate, or as best you can, what it is that you're looking for, and we can perhaps find that particular portion of a witness's testimony. If you want the entirety of a witness's testimony, that will be read to you. If you want only a portion of it, that will be read to you. Sometimes people want the direct testimony of a witness, or the cross-examination of a witness, or the testimony on a certain day, or whatever else. And whatever it is that you request, we'll deal with it as quickly as we can. Whenever you make requests to us, whether it's for testimony to be read back or anything else, it takes a little while for the court to respond to your requests. Sometimes I have to talk to the lawyers about it. The lawyers might not be in the building. We have to track them down and talk to them. Often we do it by phone. Sometimes they have to come in. So depending on the nature of your request, it might take a little while to respond to it. Also, if there's a request for testimony to be read back, it takes a while to find that particular testimony. It might be that we're involved in some other activity where the court reporter can't get to you right away, but we'll respond as quickly as we can to any of your requests. Also, during the trial, in reference to another type of transcript, there have been various audio tape recordings played during the trial, and on occasion, you've been provided with transcripts of those audio tapes. You'll get those transcripts in the jury room, or at least some of them, and they're exhibits. When those tape recordings were played for you, at the time they were played, I told you that the transcript was only an aid to listening to the tape. The tape recording itself was evidence of the conversation, and the transcript was only given to you to assist you in listening to and following the tape. And that rule still applies during the deliberations. These transcripts are not 100% accurate. They miss words, sometimes leave words out or whatever. And you should rely upon the tape recording itself rather than the transcript as evidence of the conversation. At this point, I'm going to discuss briefly the verdict forms. You'll get these verdict forms when you go into the jury room. There are various possible verdicts as to each count, and these various possible verdicts are set forth in the verdict forms which you'll receive. And only one of the possible verdicts may be returned by you as to any particular count. And let me just go through these verdict forms with you briefly here. First of all, as to counts 1 and 2, the charges are identical, so I don't have to go through a discussion separately regarding each of the 2 counts. Just referring at this point to the verdict form for count 1, which is the charge of murder, the victim's name, Jose Menendez. The verdict forms that you will receive are these. There are 4 verdict forms, 4 pieces of paper. The first verdict form is a verdict form of guilty of murder, and if you find the defendant guilty of murder, then there are various spaces to fill out following the instructions I've given you as to your determination as to whether it's first or second degree murder. There's a place to fill in the blank, first or second degree. And also on that verdict form, there's a space to fill in whether the special circumstance allegations are true or not true. If you find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter, then there's a separate verdict form for that. And there are no additional findings on that verdict form, just the finding of guilty of voluntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then there's a verdict form for that. Again, there is no separate special findings to be made, just the verdict form itself. If you find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of second-degree murder, not guilty of voluntary manslaughter, not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you fill out the not guilty verdict form, which is the other verdict form that you have. So you have 4 possible verdicts reflected in the verdict forms here. The first verdict form actually has 2 different charges, first and second degree murder, all combined on one form. But there are 4 verdict forms that you will receive as to counts 1 and 2. And again, only one of these verdict forms can be filled out by you as to any particular count. So on count 1, only one verdict form can be filled out. As to count 2, only one verdict form can be filled out. and the same with count 3. Only one verdict form can be filled out. Count 3 only has 2 verdict forms, and count 3 is the conspiracy count, and there is a guilty and a not guilty verdict form in count 3. If you find the defendant guilty of conspiracy, then there's an additional finding to be made as to the objective of the conspiracy, and there's a place for you to designate that if you make such a finding following the directions and the instructions I've given you. If you find the defendant not guilty of conspiracy, there's a verdict form for that. If you have all agreed upon one verdict as to a particular count, the corresponding form is the only verdict form to be signed as to that count. All the other forms are to be left unsigned. You shall now retire and select one of your number to act as foreperson. He or she will preside over your deliberations. In order to reach verdicts, all 12 jurors must agree to the decision and to any finding you have been instructed to include in your verdict. As soon as all of you have agreed upon a verdict, so that when polled, each may state truthfully that the verdicts express his or her vote, have them dated and signed by your foreperson, and then return with them to this courtroom. Return any unsigned verdict forms as well. All right, at this point then, I'm going to have the bailiff sworn in. He'll take charge of you during the time of your deliberations. Just a couple things before I do that. First of all, as I've said throughout these proceedings, when you deliberate, you can only deliberate when all 12 jurors are in the jury room. There will be occasions when you'll be taking breaks during the day, whether it's a coffee break or lunch break or at the end of the day. During those times, you have to cease your deliberations once you leave the jury room. The only time you can participate in your deliberations is when all 12 jurors are present in the jury room at the same time. Say a few of you are in the jury room and others are still coming in. Don't start deliberating until all 12 get into the jury room, then you can pick up your deliberations again. When you leave the jury room, even if all 12 of you happen to be walking down the hall at the same time or at lunch together, you can't talk about the case, you can't deliberate at all. It's only when you're in the jury room and all 12 of you at the same time. Also, it's very important during deliberations that you not have contact with anybody about this case in any form whatsoever, not be exposed to any information about this case in any form, whether it's in the media or otherwise. It's the best way to conduct yourself, as I've indicated, is not to have any contact with anybody in the courthouse here. There's lots of people who have interest in this case one way or the other, and they're more than happy to glom onto you and talk to you about it. The trick is not to let them do that, not be exposed to them, not hear what they have to say, and certainly not express any views that you might have. And there'll be plenty of time for that afterwards, after the case is completed, if you want to do that. As far as the alternate jurors are concerned, as I've indicated, you cannot participate in the deliberations, but you must remain available for substitution if that becomes necessary. The bailiff will tell you where you should be so that we can have you available to come into this courtroom whenever there's a need for clarification of legal issues or instructions, or if there's a reread of testimony, you'd be present for that as well. So he'll take charge of you, and again, don't discuss this case among yourselves, and just remain as you are now, ready to step in if that ever comes to pass. All right, now let's swear in the bailiff.
Do solemnly swear that you will take charge of the jury given the judgments otherwise ordered by the court, that you will not speak to them yourself, nor allow them not to speak to them upon any matter connected with the case, except on order of the court, and when they have agreed upon a verdict to return it into the court, so help you God.
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of the alternate jurors and keep them apart from the jury while they are deliberating on the cause until otherwise ordered by the court, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. All right, then we'll have the jurors go into the jury room.